Shut the fuck up, putis maximum exusifus. Literal fucking cringe butthead, stupid idiot face McDumbhead. Literally the most cringe person on the planet. Literally McSusifus over here. The biggest El Krungis Bungis McBumbus. Why are you so fucking king? No, I will not cope. You will cope. No. No. Ford, we're gonna talk about your favorite topic, and that's white women. I know how much you love white women. Don't you love white women? What? Oh my god, white women. Oh my god. He loves the whites. What? White women? Holy quacker moly. Shut the fuck up, El Schnuttis. I think we're also gonna take a look at the video of a high schooler punching an ICE agent because it's really, really funny. Putis, what are you fucking putting about? Yeah, some ICE agent got punched in the face by a high schooler. Telling him to fuck off. And all the right-wingers are coping about it, it's really funny. Oh my god, you can't hit a punch an ICE agent in the face. What the heck? Why would you do that? Meanwhile, Ford is el putis maximum. Maximum fucking puto. We all know this. Maximum fucking Krangus Bungus McBungus posting. El Kringis Bingus McTingus. You should, huh? Yeah. You should keep yourself safe. Putis, why are you such a fucking mutis putis? Why are you such a fucking little bastardo? Why are you such a little bastard boy? Don't you shake the bottle? If you shake the bottle, I will take the bottle away. I will take the bottle from you. I'll do it. I will. I will go so far as to steal the bottle. Man, a lot of my most recent posts have been about Natsukaku, huh? I mean, he is basically a gateway for children to engage with adult content. Or at the very least, he was. And then all the 3 IQ dipshits who were defending him. I'm gonna put this. You know what? You know what? You know why I put this? There's only one thing. There's only one position that's correct for people like you. Shit yourself. Now! Do it again. Do it again at least 500 more times, because I hate you, and 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 I hate you. I'm trying to think, do I need to upgrade any other... What? Okay. I'm trying to think. I'm probably going to upgrade Novice with all of my brand new buildings. Trying to think if anything else really needs the upgrades of the new build in the mechanical plants and the electrochemical plants. Not you, because those would require power. So, not you. You don't matter. Because you don't need that many bingus, bungus, dungus. Maybe you need a Factorio, because your Factorios get... What the fuck are you saying, Dungos? What are you fucking saying, Mixusifus? Like, what are the words that are currently coming out of your fucking mouth? You dingus bingus. Yeah, I don't think I really need to... Fulgora doesn't need it. None of this Gleba. You don't need it either. You don't really need them either. I'm trying to think. What exactly would we be producing with these mechanical plants? It would be mostly stuff that's already getting produced for rocket parts. It's the only thing we'd really need to be more efficient. Everything else doesn't really matter all that much. You would benefit from the electrochemical plants. In terms of producing more chlorine. So you would benefit quite significantly. Same with corundum. Because we don't really need to produce the engines at a crazy efficient rate. Because we've already built all the stuff we need engines for, so it's just unnecessary. Places that need them the most, probably yes. Scheiterbin. You definitely need the mechanical plants for more engines. And you would definitely benefit from the electrochemical plants. Replacing everything for you will be a task. A big task. The other ones, I don't think really need them at all. Oops, I did not limit how many upgrade crushers should be produced. That's fine. Huh? The fuck? The fuck happened here? Well, this needs to be fixed. Okay. What do you want, fucking Stingish, Dungish, Bungish, Dungis? Build a factory. That's the goal. Now you know El Putis Maximum Exusifus Putis Mutis Nutis. Build a factory. The original point of the game is to just leave, basically. Build go to planets, build the spaceship to be able to leave the solar system after being stranded. However, it more so morphs into, well, after you do that, then you can just kind of do whatever the fuck you want. And that is just make a big-ass fucking factory. El putis notis. You couldn't play this game? Well, that's because you're El Schmutis. Well, that's because you're El Krungus Bungus. It is what it is, dude. It is what it is. You're El Krungus Bungus. Alright, well, it's time for me to ship up the real prize of this planet, and that is a fuck ton of these things. And a fuck ton of these things. Putis maximo mixusfus. Like, it's okay, Putis, I understand. You're cringe, I'm cringe, we're all cringe. You're maximum fucking puto. I understand. You're puto, I'm puto, we're all puto. You're bigger puto, you're McPutis head. It's just build a factory, forehead, and also run really fast. Look at how fast I run. I'm running so fast I'm breaking the game. With all the upgrades I have gotten. Do you have any idea just how fast I am? Mixusifus? What do you mean, shut the fuck up? You know what, McMutis? I'll kill you. Oh, wait a minute. Ford, why are you gay? Why are you gay? You are transgender. But why are you gay, Ford? Alright. Lovely. Design problems dealt with. And that is that all fixed. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, we can leave this place. We're done here. I did do a bunch of work. Did do a bunch of work to fix some problems here. Also, the solar matrices. I've not tested those. And the new accumulators, so they don't need their constituent liquids in order to work. So there's a couple of other things we also need to ship up for ourselves. A bunch of different products. Well, 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 if it isn't Roivas of the Alex. What do you think you're doing here, Buster? Huh? Do you think that you can get away with your crimes against humanity? Hmm? Hmm? Alright. Where's my goddamn crime report? Where in the goddamn is my crime report? It's yellow belly son of a bitch. You lily-livered little shit. If I don't hear my crime report right now in this here second, Buster, we're going to have some problems. Oh, we're going to talk about that. Because that was funny. Of course, I'm going to talk about the ICE agent getting punched in the face by a high schooler. All the fucking right-wingers who were, like, being like, yeah, well, you know, the left have always been so violent against our humble ICE officers. Imagine celebrating the fact that guy got punched. You're just a pro-ICE moron? Good. I'm gonna be honest. Get punched. People don't like people who are pro-ICE. You shouldn't like anyone who's pro-ICE. I'm gonna be honest. I think those people are fucking terrible. I think that being pro-ICE is a character flaw. That's a moral failing. Daho, isn't that a little extreme? So is all the people who are getting taken away from their families. That's a moral fucking failing. I need more pipe, by the way. I need some more pipe. Oh, the pendulum will swing back. Yeah, okay, dude. Fucking... And my fucking... I'm gonna crush my left nutsack. In like 20 fucking years or some shit. Yeah, the pendulum is gonna swing back. Oh, yeah, okay, buddy. This is an opportunity. Yeah, I mean, like... Democrats are definitely not going to be able to take advantage of the moment. I don't disagree with this 100%, right? there will be an opportunity, a time, where the right is going to feel the consequences of their fucking actions. Because what they are doing is just, it's so fucking far. When you have normie fucking YouTubers, like Charlie, I think, recently put out a video talking about how the DOJ exists to just hide the Epstein files. Charlie is saying this shit. Right? Moist fucking goddamn critical. He's getting more and more fucking political. That's when you guys know that you motherfuckers are cooked. And he's actively getting, like, way more fucking aggressive in terms of the rhetoric against the current administration. That's when you know you have fucked up really badly. They've lost all their fucking favorite podcast bros. Theo Vaughn is lost. Fucking Andrew Schultz is gone. They have lost the cultural moment that they wanted to capitalize off of so desperately. They have been disavowed by all of them. Because it turns out people fucking hate ICE. And for some good goddamn reasons. Some real good fucking goddamn reasons. Let's be honest here. And guess what? You should hate ICE. I'm going to take this as an opportunity, now that Saris got completely fucking frozen, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to replace all of the bots with, the antimatter bots, I think. No, I want to open that. Because, like, let's be honest here. The only way for shit like ICE to not be allowed to ever rise again is by making it such that it is, culturally speaking, something that should be just not adhered to. That should simply put not be allowed to exist. fucking utis nutis mutis. Shut the fuck up. Putis, you're literally part of La Migra. Why are you fucking Migra posting? This motherfucker Fortnite's part of La Migra. This motherfucker Fortnite part of La Migra. Look at this fucking Migra poster. Fortus Netus part of La Migra. Fortus Netus part of La Migra. Okay, this thing's 4x4. Okay, good to know. Fortus Netus, why are you part of La Migra? Excuse me. Fortus Netus part of La Migra. Alright, Solar Matrix. Stop talking nonsense. Mods, ban the Fortnite for being El Putis Mutis. Ford, you just don't want to admit that you're part of La Migra. When you are part of La Migra. Migra. You're gonna get called a slur. I'm gonna call him a slur. Your Migra story? What's your Migra story? Alex. So Migra is what they called whatever previous incarnation of ICE before the Department of Homeland Security existed. I would assume it's Customs and Border Protection, right? Something like that. It was something like migration, something, which is why they call it Migra. Interesting. So my dad, this is in the 90s, Independence Day Parade. A lot of local politicians are at those things. A guy who was the head of the Chicago immigration office, who would sometimes be on Spanish language TV giving advice on how to get your residency citizenship, was at the parade as well. Dad recognized him and yelled "Abajo la migra," down with La Migra. That's funny. Now, why does this story seem familiar to me? Thinking emoji. Yeah, it's probably not a big deal. I've told it before, I think. Well, you know what? Penis, 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 penis. These are gonna be for Maluna. Well, just know this. El Fortus Netus is definitely Migra posting. Don't you, Fortus Netus? Fortus Netus? Don't you do that? El Putis Maximum Exclusivus? Putis? Now we wait for all requests to be satisfied. Heard it too. My mom said he looked and smiled sheepishly. It's true. Well, that's funny. Excuse me. Alright, well, that was a problem that needed to be fixed, and now it is fixed. Okay, so that should be everything now. Yes. That is everything. All our new pipes, all our new stuff. Okay, so step 1. We're headed to Rubia first. For a new upgrade we're going to pick up for ourselves. Not to fix the planet yet, but to almost fix it. Alright, let's head there first. Then we need to fix up Ceres. Then upgrade a bunch of other stuff. Well, back to the poo-poo planet. Zinc grills. I wonder what that changed, because that should be plus 15% productivity. Which means these things have now, aka my electrochemical plants, way more productivity for free. For free? Nice. And about an extra 100 science packs per minute. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Alright, we need to go around like a dickhead, pick up a bunch of stuff, and then go improve a bunch of things. Alright. Why don't we get started with the thing, one of the things. Because we got a bunch of stuff I want to talk about. So while I'm going around like a dickhead, filling up the ship, and improving and fixing a bunch of stuff, we're gonna yap. About white women. Our favorite kind of women. The whites. Don't we love white women, folks? Okay, fucking let me select this, you fuck ass. Jesus. Make you tiny in a corner somewhere. Long ass blurp. It looks like the AI has gotten itself stuck in a loop because of a recent update that happened. So that's funny. Do not like the fact that YouTube put that shit there, I'm not gonna lie. Did this change with the sliding scale thing for the speed ups and whatnot. That is annoying. I'm not a fan of that in particular. Alright. Let's get started with this shit. In fact, I should just get rid of these. We don't need those anymore. Because the zinc pipes are just explicitly better. Don't freeze, and they are longer. Alright, let's get started. White women, Maga, and perhaps some Freudian psychosexual analysis. We all know, and of course, a preamble, we have talked about Taylor Lorenz's videos on this channel before, but this particular video caught my attention because of the fact that it is the sort of thing that conservatives use to justify their policies and their politics very, very often. The fact that the purity of the white woman, the form of the white woman, is constantly under attack by all of these horrid blacks, these other forces, the Muslims, all of these minorities who are looking to come in and essentially soil the gene pool of white people in order to well, let's just basically say, like, have a replacement in the minds of these people, unlike 4chan poll, these differing boards, a lot of these, like, white nationalist types. Essentially, these people think that hordes of, like, black people, migrants, blah, 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 are all looking to come in to whatever country, whether it be the United States of America, whether it be the UK, or other European countries. There's a large constituency of people, conservatives generally speaking, who think that the purity of white people is about to be sullied by all of these hordes of migrants and whatever. Obviously, it didn't start here. This was a thing that also happened all the way back in slavery, where you always had a lot of slave masters justifying a lot of the actions they took against their slaves under the guise of, oh, well, if we don't do anything about it, the virile black man is going to go in and rape our women and essentially take all of the white women for himself. If you think that is genuinely insane, you should think it's genuinely insane, because that is a genuinely insane thing that a lot of these people believe. But it's a thing that a lot of people do believe in all of these racist, like, 4chan boards or other, like, social media platforms and websites. So much so that now it's gotten to the point where it's now come back around, where Now, a lot of there's a rising sort of constituency of these exact same white nationalist types who blame white women for the fact that they are, well, generally speaking, not conservative as much as they want, right? And I think it's fairly obvious why a lot of women, generally speaking, are becoming more and more liberal, or at the very least left-leaning. The overturning of Roe v. Wade, the fact that conservatives constantly want to go after a lot of their civil rights, whether it be through the repealing of the 19th Amendment, whether it be through more curtailing of freedoms that a lot of these women have to be able to pursue anything throughout the workplace. Well, gainful employment. I bet they would also want to repeal the I forget the name of the act, but it's essentially the act that granted women the ability to be able to open credit cards in their own name and bank accounts in their own name, which was one of the acts that allowed more and more women to be able to participate within the modern economy. And I have, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, that a lot of these men, conservative men generally speaking, are particularly upset about that, right? Like, the sort of idea that, like, listen, the only purpose that a woman is supposed to serve is to be a broodmare for the state and to just be my wife and make me a sandwich. It's a little reductive, of course, but that's essentially what a lot of these men basically believe. It is a projection of their own sort of insecurities, of the fact that they believe that, well, if they can't earn the sort of like bread, okay, can't be the breadwinner of the house, that women are just going to start automatically leaving them because they have a lot more independence. Well, that's just nonsensical, right? Like, and it's born out of a lot of economic and sociological reasons. We could spend hours sort of like talking about the sort of reasonings for this, but basically the undoing of the New Deal and the concentrated wealth and power during the sort of more laissez-faire neoliberal capitalist eras implemented by both Ronald Reagan and also Margaret Thatcher is what has led to this sort of uptick in this sort of, well, the thing that never necessarily went away, but this more sort of like advocacy for as to why a lot of these typically younger white men have this like huge sort of like uptick, I suppose, for lack of a better term, of people, of them essentially saying like, all the problems in life are because of white women, and if we just get rid of white women, then we will no longer have any issues. And they'll say like, hallelujah, boys, we fucking did it. No, like, as soon as white women are gone, that means we will no longer have issues and we will be able to live in our, I don't know, utopia or some shit. I'm going off on a bit of a long ramble here. Why don't we get into the video?
Like, you know, if you were trying to work on a script and a character acted like how they want white women to act, you'd be like, this doesn't make any sense. This isn't how a person acts. Lately, major figures in the Maga movement have all become obsessed with one common enemy: white women. Fox News has declared that white women protesting in Minnesota are deranged wine moms. Right-wing pundits have been running non-stop segments and publishing news articles about cringe Karens like Renee Good. They've declared these white women protesting ICE as awfuls, aka affluent white female urban liberals, and they're public enemy number one in the Maga world right now. But why?
Awfuls. That's quite a fucking acronym. I mean, yeah, like, they're just upset about the fact that women have the ability to be able to make judgments for themselves, right? Like, because, let's be honest here, what they basically want is, like, a return for everyone to just basically start looking like a fucking Barbie, right? That's what a lot of these, like, MAGA weirdos basically want.
Why is the right so obsessed with demonizing white women, a group that notoriously favors Republicans in every presidential election, a group that is increasingly moving away from them in a way that will make the party's electoral survival difficult without them in the future? Erin Ryan is the host of Crooked Media's Hysteria podcast. Today she's joining me to break down how and why this war on white women started, what it's ultimately about, and why attacking white women specifically is so insidious and effective. Hi Erin, welcome to Power User.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so to start off, I kind of want to zoom back and talk about where this hatred of white women kind of came from, or like when it started. I mean, you wrote this in your piece, but white women have actually been kind of a consistent pro-MAGA demographic. When did things change, and when did you start to see this kind of rhetoric emerge?
Well,
I'm very interested that they're hyper-fixating on wine moms, because I think you want to know why I think they're hyper fixating on wine moms in particular. It's because of the I've had it gals, right? And that's like demographic that they generally speaking play into, being the affluent sort of wine mom sort of type of individual. They're just like, yeah, I don't really give much of a shit at all about like all the bullshit that you guys have to say. We're going to be loud and proud and sort of like fighting for the rights of people to be able to live the lives that they want to live. Shit like that, right? I think a lot of this sort of stemming of attacks specifically is, I think it really, really has to be because of like Jennifer Welch, because I believe they've even talked about this themselves, but they have very, very often have had segments on Fox News where Fox News will just attack the I've had it gals, and are very, very often act very triggered about the fact that they don't really like the fact that a lot of the, I suppose, bullshit that Fox News puts out is, generally speaking, lies about them. And I think it's also like I guess for lack of a better term, a jealousy of the fact that a lot of women just are upset about the fact that their rights are being taken away from themselves, right? Like Roe v. Wade, perfect fucking example. How many fucking right-wingers are talking about, like, it's mostly like Nick Fuentes and all that, but Nick Fuentes is going to gain more and more relevance and prominence. But, like, how many people have talked about wanting to take away the 19th Amendment? And I think a lot of these women are not willing to risk that because of the fact that, they took away Roe v. Wade. Like, holy shit, they may actually try to take away my ability to be able to vote. And as a result, it's going to make it such that white women start to leave the Republican Party in droves.
Hating women is a tale as old as time. I feel like there is a very strong strain of hating women in as much as they are not serving whatever purpose those people want us to serve or want women to serve. So, for example, in American history, white women needing protecting from some bad other has been the justification for all manner of state violence against black and brown people, women and men, but primarily men. And so, this is just a new iteration. White women are now out there visibly agitating against the structures that are supposed to benefit them, but actually are harmful to pretty much everybody who isn't a white man. And I think it's very irksome for the people that need us to play a role, that we're not playing that role anymore. Now, when you said white women are kind of a Maga demographic, white women.
Yeah, so this is like the exact same thing that I was also pointing out as well. It's just like Fox News. I don't want to say it's like the quote-unquote I've had it-ification, say that 5 times fast, of like I guess white women, right? Because again, like the I've had it gals, they're affluent white women, blah 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 blah. It's a demographic that they directly sort of appeal to very, very often, right? Like, I don't think it's 100% I think that could be a little fucking reductive, to be honest. Like, it's more complicated than that, but like, could it be the case that a bunch of white women, I suppose, are quote unquote waking up to the fact that, in reality, man, these Republicans and these conservatives really just hate us and just want to use this as just broodmares for the state. It's like all they care about. When in reality, that has always basically been the case, right? Like, Republicans do really hate women. Like, they really, really do. And it really is a tale as old as time. The sort of you have to do the whole woe is me white woman crowd thing every fucking time, I'd argue that the white supremacist structure also hurts white men, but white men tend to be white supremacy's biggest bootlickers, so they don't even care when, say, the billionaires take away their health care. Because, hey, they also took it away from black people and immigrants. And that's exactly a very similar point that I have brought up as well, Alex. That's a great, great point, right? Like, a lot of white people will not give a shit about them losing benefits that they used to have, or that they do still have currently, if it means that the quote-unquote others that they don't like are also harmed as well. That's a very, very common phenomenon, right? Like, we don't care about I don't know, eating a bunch of shit. But so long as a bunch of black people also eat shit, that's totally fine. We don't give a fuck about any of that.
Women are a very large demographic in the United States at all, as a whole. But if you take a look at different segments of white women, you'll find a lot of division. So, like, white women who went to college, for example, are much less likely to be Maga than people with lower levels of education. White women under a certain age are much less likely to be Maga. And so I think what we're seeing is women are refusing to play a role that they've been expected to play, and that has made people really mad. I think the white women as an insult thing, I kind of noticed it starting. I remember the Bo Burnham comedy special where he was, like, shut in. I liked the special. This is not me criticizing him, but his song, A White Woman's Instagram, in the comedy special, it was, like, a very funny way to poke fun at the way that a lot of women use Instagram. But you can't sing a straight woman's Instagram or a woman's Instagram, so putting white in front of women made that song feel, like, not mean-spirited, or it took away some of the awkwardness that putting it in a different way would have. Yeah, no, that to me is the beginning. I think of 2020 as very much like an origin point of this. I mean, there was a lot of backlash around like the Women's March and like the sort of resistance type, like that era of Trump 1.0. I think women were villainized, liberal women were villainized by Maga, obviously.
Yeah, people did not like the fucking pussy hat shit, right? I mean, like, is it cringy? Is it fucking liberal? Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but like, it's not the worst. Like, let's be honest here. Woke 1.0 was very, very easily taken advantage of by a bunch of people who just, well, in reality, didn't necessarily care 100% about a ton of systemic change, but just, wanted to feel like they were a part of something bigger and wanted to fight for something. I mean, listen, we can talk about the failures of Woke 1.0 till the cows come home. There's a lot of very, very annoying, complicated, I guess, reasonings for as to why Woke 1.0 ended up failing in the way that it did. But it's not because of, like, white women. I think that's like just kind of silly. I mean, like, it was mostly just like taken advantage by the fact that the Democratic Party, who fundamentally does not really care about systemic change, decided to use Woke 1 for their own sort of like cynical reasonings.
Throughout that time. But to me in 2020, that's when you started to see it really hit harder. And I think that's because people started to get a lot more understanding, I guess, about like racial divisions. And there were all these conversations about systemic injustices. There's that tweet that was like super viral from the time of just like a leftist man putting white in front of like the most misogynistic statement about women, that you've ever heard and thinking it's okay because it's white. And I'm not saying that's what Bo Burnham was doing, but it did feel like that's sort of when I think a lot of people sort of really started to villainize a particular type of white women. And I think the right recognized very quickly that like they could get a lot of left-leaning men specifically on board with misogyny by like villainizing white women sort of specifically. Well, if you want to even take it back before 2020, you bringing that up reminded me a lot of like how people talked about white women after Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. And then even back in 2008 when Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama were running against each other in a pretty contentious Democratic primary, there was a sort of anger at women who supported Hillary Clinton for a variety of reasons. But I think the like prevailing assumption by people who didn't like Hillary Clinton supporters was that they were supporting her because they just wanted a woman. They just wanted to vote for a woman somebody who reminded them of themselves. I don't want to paint with too broad of strokes here because I'm not saying that people who didn't like Hillary Clinton in 2008 were misogynist at all. But there is misogyny that is like wrapped up and kind of hard to completely tease out of some of the ways that people criticize Hillary voters, especially right after 2016. And I think
this is true.
Feelings that were legitimate too, like the way that Bernie Sanders was treated in the 2016.
Same thing with Kamala Harris, by the way. And Kamala Harris had to deal with essentially what I would say is a bit of a fucking double whammy, where it was not only misogyny with Kamala Harris, but also racism as well. She is, of course, a mixed race black woman, of course. And it turns out America, as and this is the same thing that Olayemi said, like part of the reason why she does, and not like the... She doesn't. This is not 100% the reason why she thinks Kamala Harris lost, but a big sort of factor for as to why Kamala Harris ended up losing is because America is still pretty fucking racist, guys. No, I think she forgets Hillary got really racial in that race. That is also true. There, Alex. She, like, Hillary Clinton was also pretty racist to fucking Barack Obama. Same with a bunch of, like, Hillary supporters as well. They were also very, very weirdly racist about Barack Obama.
Democratic primary. The way that it seemed like the fix was in, and how the more we learned about it, the more we're seeing just how unfair it was, and how there was like an organization basically behind promoting her at his expense. That's totally legitimate. But I also think some of the anger about that unfairness has been channeled into like kind of disdain for white women. I also think like Lena Dunham, weirdly. Yeah, I was gonna say like the backlash
Lena
to
Dunham
and like the villainization of Lena Dunham. I think she represents a particular type of white woman, and a lot of these liberal women, like I get it, like the resistance lib like character and that sort of vibe of the 2010s. Like I understand like Lena Dunham can be a ridiculous person. She's a celebrity, but at the same time, that doesn't make a misogyny that is constantly levied against her okay. But it seemed to kind of like open the door for it. I felt like it feels like whenever there's a white woman.
Listen, we can all acknowledge that the I'm with her, all that fucking shit is very cringe. It's cringeworthy. Like we can all admit to this, right? Like we can all just say like, yeah, it's silly, it's cringe, it's whatever. But it's not like what they were saying was like 100% inaccurate, right? Like a lot of the stuff that I don't know, like the pussy hat wearers, I guess for lack of a better term, wasn't exactly 100% wrong, right?
woman who is acting like a white woman, whenever the door cracks to critique for her, legitimate critique goes in, and then misogyny like barrels through also. And that's kind of what we saw with her. Like, I remember in those days of the web, the critique of white women often came from leftist guys or people on the left, or like a sort of almost like pick me thing. I don't know, where it was like, I'm a cool white woman, so I'm picking on other white women because I'm cooler than them. And now it's really interesting to see it coming out of like conservatives.
One other thing that I think was interesting that I've been following and covering a lot too is just these very...
That is interesting that it came from a lot of leftist men, but then again, like, I guess with like a lot of leftist... I guess like Gamergate also has like a big sort of factor to play in all of this as well, right? Like Gamergate is probably the biggest reason for as to why I guess for lack of a better term, the aggression against white women got like more significant, I guess, for lack of a better term. Yeah, we'll go with like more significant, right? Because a lot of people during Gamergate specifically really fucking just hated white women just for the fact that they were, well, women. Not for like any other sort of like particular reasonings as well, right? Like, man, look at all these like danged lascivious, I don't know, whores or whatever, who are giving me all this crap and just being such annoying nuisances. For what purpose exactly? Just the fact that they are woke and they don't want to just go back in the kitchen and make me like a fucking sandwich or some shit. I mean, you know, common sort of ridiculous bullshit you hear from all these conservative right-wingers. They're just, I don't know, they're just like mad about the fact that they're losing a lot of prominence and they are losing a lot of the, I guess, ability. Yeah, let's go with ability for the fact that Roe v. Wade getting overturned was just like a huge turning point of them losing a bunch of constituencies, because it made a bunch of people recognize like, oh yeah, our dumbasses are also definitely on the chopping block if we're not careful.
High-profile harassment and abuse campaigns against women. Obviously, Blake Lively most recently, but Amber Heard. And what you hear a lot in those campaigns, especially the Amber Heard campaign, which was this blueprint for, I think, so many misogynistic campaigns that have come after it, is like, well, she's just a rich white woman. This is a white woman. Like, no sympathy for white women. Like, da-da-da. And I think it's so insidious because there's a lot of people, I think, that understand, like, that white women are privileged. And that was sort of like the lesson that they learned from 2020 was like, oh, like, white people are privileged, white women are bad. And we can say all of this horrible stuff and have no sympathy because this is a rich white woman. And it's like, yeah, she's a rich white woman that did a lot of bad stuff. Or, you know, Blake Lively's a rich white woman that got married on a plantation.
Dude, the Amber Heard shit was like so fucking stupid, and Johnny Depp. Like, I didn't really talk about that shit in particular because it was just like, the first off, in my mind, I was just like, okay, I mean, it's like a celebrity drama thing. I don't really care all that much about it. Is Johnny Depp a piece of shit? Yeah, more than likely. Is Amber Heard also a piece of shit? Yeah, more than likely. Both of these people are complete pieces of shit. Sure, whatever. That doesn't really justify all the, like, ridiculous misogynistic attacks that not only did Johnny Depp, like, levy against Amber Heard, but also all of the misogynistic attacks that all of these other, like, weirdo commentary YouTubers would also levy on her specifically. Because it was mostly, like, a lot of commentary people that were doing that shit. And, like, hyper fastidiously, like, with like a fine-tooth comb and lens, they were all just like covering this shit. And it was one of those things where it's just like, man, this shit's like, it's like so cringe, dude. Because that whole time during the internet, it was just so weird, to be quite honest. And with like a bunch of people just being like, I guess for lack of a better term, just very, very overtly aggressive. Seemingly for no other reason, but besides to just like hate on white women. And you know, it's like a meme with like the ironic misogyny stuff. You know, with like Vosh and like J.K. Rowling is like a random example that just pops up in my head immediately. Where it's just like you know, like these dang privileged white women. Being like really dumb and annoying and fucking ridiculous for like literally no reason because they're dumb, privileged, annoying ass white women. And it's one of those situations where it's just like, you know, that's just kind of an asshole thing to do. You know, it just kind of is a really, really ridiculous asshole-ish thing to just be like, you know, a lot of, like, people should just suffer. A lot of white women specifically should just suffer for the fact that they are just, you know, in a place of sort of privilege. Does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here? You know, it's one of those things where it's complicated.
And that doesn't mean that the misogyny or the misogynistic hate campaign is like
misogyny is kind of bad.
Misogyny is a major contributor to the volume of hate that they're getting.
I think what you wrote about that was so interesting in this piece, though, is now we're seeing those, which I guess were sort of more mainstream hate campaigns, hatred, misogyny. There's always been a sort of specific type of misogyny against white women specifically, especially white women that try to conform to society's like beauty standards are very like villainized. But now we're seeing the right and specifically like these MAGA spaces really go after white women and villainize like the wine moms. And I guess like Renee Good is the most recent example of this, where they just like very quickly kind of attacked her. What are your thoughts on kind of that emergence and that pivot? Why did MAGA suddenly get on board in such an aggressive way?
Well, I think that MAGA has always been a little bit about a specific vision of masculinity as like a dominating and destructive force. And the reason that it's sort of able to get out ahead of the version of masculinity that we have on the left is because it's easier to just like write down in a few words, like being in charge, being like protector and the one that must be protected from. And like it's been harder for us to like articulate why on the left, why that is like something that is kind of like an anti-survival attitude for a species to have. And I think that something that we're seeing now is like when people
That's
are
actually
not okay with this version of masculinity taking over.
Well, it's all about like maintenance of hierarchy and control, right? That's like kind of the point, right? Like the right, primarily speaking, sees women as beneath them in positions of the hierarchical standards that they want to maintain. They see women as lesser than them in that maintenance of that system of hierarchy and control that they so desperately want to maintain, and will basically just completely trash on and dog on white women specifically. For what purpose exactly? Oh, just for the simple fact that they think like, well, the man has always been on top for however long they have been on top for, so therefore, we have to just keep treating women like complete shit, even though, like, a lot of the standards have, like, generally changed for, you know, I like to say the better.
And driving the entire world. I actually don't think it's good. And standing up and using what privilege they have because of their femininity and their whiteness, it feels like, I think, to the domineering, hyper-masculine MAGA crowd, it feels like a betrayal, because they're offering like white women a fantasy of protection and elevated status. And I don't know if you know very much about like Phyllis Schlafly. She was the anti-feminist from the late 60s and 70s and into the 80s, who was basically the public face of the anti-equal rights amendment movement. And that
she's a piece of shit, by the way, Phyllis Schlafly, right? Like, I think that was that the orange juice lady, if I recall correctly? I think it was the orange juice lady. And, yeah, she was like, or no, that was like the anti-queer orange. I may be confusing my white women here in particular. How misogynistic of me, of course. Typical Daho, typical ironic misogynist leftist being misogynist to women. I know. But I don't remember if it was Phyllis Schlafly who was the one who was doing the like anti-queer campaigns around the times of like the 60s or something. I think it was her, but I'm not 100% certain.
Basically her entire line when she was like, we don't want the ERA. We don't want the ERA because women have protected status. We have a privileged status. And of course she was only talking about like wealthy white housewives at the time. But it's something that we've seen kind of as a through line. And right now we're at a point where the evidence of our eyes shows us that white women are actually not settling into that. I mean, some white women are totally comfortable with the idea of brown people and black people being brutalized for their benefit, but a lot of them are not. And I think that's coming up in a really interesting way. Something I found very interesting is that strategically this feels like a loss of emotional control on the part of conservatives because they have worked so hard. I don't know if you read like conservative women's media, but I'm a subscriber to EV magazine. The magazine is
like Peter Thiel, like
yes, yeah. Well, I mean, they get really mad if you say that on their social media. Technically, Peter Thiel's fertility app, which weird that he has a fertility app. The fertility app was the biggest buyer of ads in the first.
Why the fuck does fucking Peter Thiel have a Peter Thiel, aren't you fucking gay, bro? Like, what? Hello? Okay, dude.
Like issues of the magazine, but it's also got the same name as the fertility app, but whatever, it's semantics. Evie is always like, it's always hammering on this idea that like white women, you shouldn't have to apologize for being a white woman. It's not your fault, like what white women in the past did to other people. And now it's like after like trying to rally the troops, trying to like put out this whole magazine that's like white women, don't be afraid of being like skinny and straight and a mother and whatever. Now they're coming out and like they're unable to control themselves when those women are not behaving how they want. They're unable to hold themselves back and not be like, well, you're fucking like, and now they're just kind of coming out and it's like they can't control themselves. And it feels very like strategically not very smart for them.
One thing that I think is interesting, and you cited this piece in the Telegraph that I saw too, that was just ranting about, you know, angry young women and white women specifically, but they talk about toxic empathy. And, you know, like you mentioned, they spent so many years conditioning people to mothers, you know, caretakers.
Yeah, the fucking, that's the fucking Ally Beth Stuckey bullshit, right? The quote-unquote suicidal empathy shit, the toxic empathy stuff. I know that Elon Musk has also been saying that as well, but the only reason why Elon Musk is saying that shit specifically is just simply due to the fact that Elon is really still mad about the fact that multiple women have come out and said, like, yeah, this guy's kind of a piece of shit and that he has been very divorced for a very long time. They are calling Elon Musk one of the most divorced men of all time.
you're the caretaker of, you're the home, etc. But when then these liberal women sort of show empathy for brown people, it's like, oh, this is toxic, she's hysterical, like her mind is not right. I just think they immediately like lean into stereotypes to kind of take away women's agency, and I think that like they do that to all women, not just white women. But I do think that there's a specific sort of caricature that they lean into of a hysterical white woman. They've done this to push like so many policies as well. They also constantly push this lie that the majority of white women are anxious and depressed. Jonathan Haidt, a reactionary guy, I'm not sure how familiar you are with him, but he's on the board of Very White's fake university and everything. But he's written about, like these neurotic young white women. Why are young liberal white women so neurotic and hysterical? The right also pushes the lie that everyone with long COVID is young white women. In fact, it's
I don't know why Jonathan Wright or White or whatever. I wonder why liberal white women or white women in general or women in general, to be honest, might be particularly upset about a lot of the more recent actions that have been taken by the current administration in power. It couldn't have anything to do with like the overturning of Roe v. Wade or anything like that. No, that would make too much sense to the mind of these dumb fucking conservatives.
Overwhelmingly black people and people of color because they don't have health care, obviously. But it seems like white women are just like convenient trope that they can kind of use to push whatever their policy agenda is. And with ICE, it's like, oh, these hysterical women are like out in the streets because they can't control their toxic empathy or whatever.
Yeah, the toxic empathy thing is so interesting to me because it's like we completely lost the plot as like organisms living on the earth that are supposed to be a pro-social species. As human beings, we survive by being pro-social, which requires us to have empathy and it requires us to look out for each other. It's like they want to design an inner life for white women.
That's a great fucking point here by Aaron, by the way. Yeah, like I really do believe that conservatives are just fundamentally anti-human because they seemingly, for literally whatever reason, they just don't understand that, like, do you guys understand what ended up leading to humanity being the successful species on the planet? Why we are the top dog? Because we are capable of complex thinking. We have consciousness. We are capable of complex problem solving and building of complex social apparatuses. Like, that is why we are successful as a species, and why, I don't know, the world is not sort of, I was gonna say like a conservative utopia, but why like everything is still not stuck in like caves, doing like caveman drawings and doing like I don't know, a bunch of like unga bunga like ritualistic rain dances. No, it's because we are capable of thinking, we were capable of advancements in technology and using of fucking tools as well, and capable of like building society and stuff. But again, like I've said this before, but I do actually like believe this, fundamentally speaking. I really do believe that conservatives are just fundamentally anti-human. They hate the promise that humanity has to bring. They do not care about that whatsoever. They are just demons.
Who I think that you're absolutely right. They can't wrap their heads around the fact that we have agency. And they want to design an inner life for us that completely comports with their worldview, which is actually like emotionally nonsensical. Like they want us to have their babies and eat them too. And it's like to tell us that we need to be maternal, nurturing mothers and like, oh, pro-life, you should care about other people's babies that haven't even been born yet. You should care about pregnancies that aren't yours because of the life that child could have. So they want us to have this like deep imagination and empathy for like these imaginary fetuses in people's private lives that we have no business knowing about. And then completely ignore our eyes and ears when it comes to watching a child crying as he's being picked up by ICE agents who are like ripping his Spider-Man backpack. It to me reads as like emotional.
Well, it's like, the George Carlin bit like rings in my head, essentially, where he talks about how much he hates pro-life conservatives and how like hypocritical they are. It's just like, listen, we love, like, pro-life conservatives love to care and talk about the the sanctity of the child within the womb. They love talking about this consistently, but they will never sort of give the I guess apparatuses and help necessary for families to be able to raise those kids. But then they will start to care more and more about them once they start to get to military age. Now all of a sudden conservatives seem to really, really care about them, right? It's one of those things where, and I think this is a famous line within the special itself, it's just like, you're in the womb, you're all good, but once you're born, you're all fucked, right? Like, one of those things in particular. And because in reality, it's just like, no, you know what? No. We just hate the fact that you are, coming into existence. Now I have to pay more taxes in order to, like, justify the ability for people to be able to raise you. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point there, Alex. Yeah, you want food stamps, shouldn't have had that kid. But with that in particular, Alex, that's just more like a class distinction thing there that's going on there, right? Like, that's just conservatives talking about how much they hate the poor. And they do hate the poor, right? Conservatives. which is why they'll just be like, I can't believe that this, I don't know, slut is having all of these kids or whatever. And it's just like, dog, like, you don't know the circumstance for as to why that individual had as many children as she did. Like, it could be, like, really complicated or, like, traumatizing or whatever, but conservatives, in reality, they don't care about that. For them, there's only one thing that they do care about, and that's bringing a bunch of suffering for people. Like, that's literally it.
Illiteracy, trying to overwrite what we're actually like programmed to be as pro-social human beings, which is people that look out for each other. I mean, like, talk about neuroses and anxiety. This is something that I realized when I was pregnant with my first daughter. I've got 2 little kids. During pregnancy, the brain changes. Like, your human brain changes. Your amygdala gets huge, so you notice things that are threats everywhere. But it's so that you can look out for your children. The sound of a baby crying just goes from being like just kind of an annoying background noise to like fingernails in your brain. Your brain changes to accommodate the fact that part of our job as like biological women who are reproductive is to like notice threats and look out for people that are smaller and weaker than we are. That's like something that is designed to help our species survive. So I think it's really interesting to read stuff that's like empathy is toxic, and it's like, then why is it something that happens to us naturally? Why is it like a natural state of being? It feels very like phony and false, and I think it comes from a deep lack of understanding of the humanity.
I don't think it's a deep lack of understanding, I'll be honest. I just think it's because these people are just grifters and they just don't believe in anything, right? Like, it really is just as simple as just saying that conservatives just don't believe in anything and they just hate humanity. Like, that's it. They believe in nothing, they just want people to suffer, and they only care about one thing and one thing only, and that's just maintaining some system of hierarchy and control. That's it. It doesn't matter how, like, ridiculous and contradictory it is for them, so long as it is some form of, like, hierarchy that they can very, very easily understand. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They just want people to suffer so that they can be the ones that are overtop someone within the hierarchy.
Agency of women.
Well, I think it's also just like this very narrow definition of like who you are allowed to care about. Like, women can be empathetic and caring to their own biological white children in the context of a nuclear family, but they certainly cannot care for like black or brown people that are getting rounded up and deported. And if they do that, they're seen as like race traitors, basically. I mean, that's kind of how these women are treated. And I do think it like comes back to this idea of race, where it's like women that align themselves with like more multiculturalism or feminism, which is like a multicultural movement, like they're seen as like not part of the broader project, which is white nationalism. And so I feel like their kind of racial privilege or whatever is kind of like ignored, and men just they just revert directly to misogyny.
Yeah, I mean, but let's not ignore the fact that the like white nationalists.
Keep in mind, a lot of these people who are doing this quote unquote hatred of white women are people like fucking Asmongold, for example. Asmongold is a fucking white nationalist, right? And I do bring up Asmongold quite specifically here because he is also the guy who, generally speaking, really just fucking hates white women, right? And he's the one who's, I would say, bringing this more and more so to the forefront. This sheer just, I think, hatred of white women, and just inner desire to want to make white women suffer significantly more for what he perceives as a crime. Whether it be the toxic empathy stuff, whether it be the more so like the fact that, I don't know, I think he himself is like jealous about the fact that a bunch of women have now like basically rejected him. Because with a lot of these people, by the way, it is just projection. Like, let's be quite honest here. A lot of it is just fucking projection. And with a lot of these, like, men, they're just mad about the fact that they just don't have the same hierarchical control and standards that used to exist, right? A lot of these guys are just upset about the fact that, honestly, for lack of a better term, women are able to make decisions for themselves.
If it were like, tomorrow, snap your fingers, here it is, we're living in a white nationalist system. White women who complied and obeyed, like under a system that subjugated them, would actually have a very high status in that system. And I think part of this is people on the Maga side do not understand that some of these white women out there in Minneapolis, who are protesting alongside people of all demographics and races, by the way. It's not just white women. There's tons of white men. My family is from Minneapolis. Like, my dad did one of the marches recently, and it's just like videos he sent me. It was just like every type of person you can imagine is out there. But white women are getting a lot of heat. So I just wanted to like put that out there. I think that conservatives that are just puzzled by white
women. A lot of this is being also done by Fox News as well. I think there's like, how many, I think like every other like Jesse Waters sort of clip and type shit is basically him just talking about how much he hates white women.
activism can't wrap their heads around the idea that a person would see injustice and be like, you know what, it's okay if I lose a little bit of status relative to somebody else in order to right the injustice. Like, I'm not just out here for myself, I'm out here because this is unfair, and this isn't how society should be treating anybody. And so if that knocks me down a peg, like, that's fine with me. And I think it just doesn't compute for a specific type of person.
Yeah, I also think it's just about keeping other conservative women in line and creating these like villainized caricatures of white women of being like, oh, you know, what are you going to become? A wine, you know, this liberal wine mom, a childless cat lady, like a blue-haired liberal, like, you know, like all of these sort of tropes that we have for white women that step out.
You want to be a libtard?
Other people, like, we know these caricatures, even like a Karen, right? Like that is now used by the right against like liberal women. It's also just ensuring that those women who haven't yet, you know, expressed solidarity with other people don't, because they see the villainization and kind of like what happens, you know, when they do.
Right, and I think that's an important point too. That I don't think that these white women. I saw like a tweet by Eric Erickson that was like, Renee Good was an awful, and it's like affluent, white, female, urban, liberal as like a slang. It's supposed to be like a slur against a white woman who's like protesting in Minneapolis, for example. I think it's really funny that like I'm seeing a real divide between what conservatives expect those women to care about and what they actually care about. Because I can't think of anything that those protesters care about less than the opinion of a like chubby ginger who never ever would have their best interests in mind and would be willing to dehumanize them at the drop of a hat. And he's like far from the only one, but it was like just the most simple example of that trope being used in the wild. It's interesting to see the divide between conservative men thinking that women like that actually care and those women actually not caring at all. And Taylor, you might be right that it's just designed to warn conservative women against stepping out of line. They're not trying in any way to like bring liberal women back to the fold or make some of these awful people learn their lesson and come running back to the kitchen.
I think it's also about like male grievance though, and also bonding through that male grievance and kind of like creating this thing that men can bond over, which is villainizing white women. And especially as the MAGA coalition is become slightly more diverse in terms of men, like they have made inroads with Latino men, with black men, you know, like they have sort of gotten slightly more diverse. They're still not really diverse at all. It is a fundamentally like chauvinistic and misogynistic movement, and I think villainizing these privileged white women is also a way for more MAGA men to kind of like have this outlet and bond with each other and to be like, yes, what an awful woman, like right, that's an awful lady, like she's so terrible.
I mean, we've got
women do be shopping, am I right, fellas?
Against people who cheer for a sports team you don't like. I feel like that's a lot more healthy application of that sort of desire to find a tribe and to engage against another tribe. Just get really into sports, guys. They're there. There's so many of them. They're on TV all the time. You could do that instead of just like hating women overall. It just feels like a grievance against.
I mean, listen, if what's like the meme basically, like, man, so many of men's issues could just be solved if they all just like fucking went to therapy. And you know, I'm being partially like unironic when I say that. It's like, man, a lot of these guys' problems and issues could really just be solved if they all just fucking went to fucking therapy. Let's be quite honest here.
A system that was, they were told their entire lives was set up to benefit them, but it really was not set up to benefit them.
Which is also why I think they hate white women, because they think that they should be awarded white women. You know, if they are MAGA enough, if they do the things that they sort of adhere to these conservative values, they get this beautiful white woman who's just going to be a trad wife and never question them. And you see a lot more MAGA men rejecting white women and talking about how white women are bad and you need to be a passport bro. You need to go travel and find a non-white woman from a subservient country that hasn't been corrupted by feminist values. Even Pearl Davis has said that like feminism itself has made white women specifically like unmarriageable.
Oh, by the way, this is also the same. Like, it's not just like passport bro shit. It's also like a bunch of like really weird. There's like a bunch of like really weird like influencers, and it's like Andrew Tate types supposed to say this as well. It's just so fucking weird, dude. When I have a crisis, not gonna lie, I'm having some kind of crisis with Oxford's killers being Hispanic. That's true. I mean, listen, it's you know, Sigmund Freud, right? Like, all of this shit is incredibly inherently fucking Freudian, right? Like, let's be really fucking honest here. Sigmund fucking goddamn Freud is I don't know, having a great time in his grave, like talking about like, man, I really was right in terms of like how everything that a lot of people sort of engage with is just like, it's all fucking inherently just an Oedipus complex, right? Like everything is essentially just that's done against women in terms of either subjugating them, making them like subservient to men, is all just done with the express purpose of just you know, men just being upset about the fact that their mothers tended to actually like care about them when they were, I don't know, like miserable wretches, I guess, for like lack of a better term.
And that's why men should marry these like Latino women or whatever, which would seem sort of counterintuitive again to this white like, sort of nationalistic movement. But I think it's about control and subservience and villainizing, like being like, these white women have lost control. Like, we're going to take back that power by essentially going off and, you know, basically trafficking some girl from an underprivileged country.
It does feel like they've been denied the participation trophy that they've been told their entire lives would be awarded to them. They want a life that their father had, that was easy for their father to have, and the reason that it was easy for their father to have is because their mother did not have the option to live on her own. And I think we're in a world right now where women, especially in America,
this is the thing that I mentioned earlier with the thing from 1974, right? With the ability for women to be able to open up their own passports and everything, right? Open up their own bank accounts. Because that used to not be a thing within America, by the way, right? Like, no one was able to open up their own passports or anything like that whatsoever. And then women got the ability to be able to do that. And it made a lot of probably very, very annoying men and individuals very, very fucking upset.
privileged, middle-class, educated, mostly white women are able to look around and make a determination of whether or not involving a man in their life in a typical traditional heterosexual marriage actually is going to improve their life. And in a lot of cases, they're like, it's actually not. Men are not the prize. Marriage is not the prize. I'm married. I've got 2 kids. Like I said, you can be totally happy in a marital situation. But also, if I were married to some guy who like expected me to chase him around, wait, like work an entire job, come home, wait on him. No, terrible. What a terrible thing to expect. And I think a lot of women are like, we're talking to each other, we're seeing with our own eyes what our mothers' lives were like, what our aunts' lives were like, what our grandmothers' lives were like, and making a decision that marriage, in order for marriage to happen in our lives, the men that we invite into our lives must meet a certain minimum threshold. And a lot of the men I think that are angry, that are glommed onto Maga, are men that don't meet that threshold. They are not positive additions to the lives of women that they know. And
that's a really good point. I'm gonna be honest. I think that's a fantastic point. Like, listen, men, you want women to like you. Just don't be fucking weirdos, man. Like, be normal. Unironically, just be normal. Like, I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where it sounds like, I don't know, revolutionary to say something like that. But, like, a lot of these, like, very, very, like, lonely fucking men who feel like the world is like owed to them because of the fact that, well, I've been told my whole life that everything is supposed to go in my way, bros, but like, why is nothing going my way, bros? Like, what the heck happened? It must be because of like feminism or whatever idiotic bullshit these people come up with. It's like, no, man. It's like, the problem basically is the fact that material conditions have made it such that you people have been just given the fucking short end of the fucking stick. Like, it is what it is. I have also been given the fucking short end of the stick. And instead of, like, I don't know, properly sort of, like, reading about it or even, like, going to therapy or some shit, they prefer to just, like, take it out on women instead. It's like, yeah, it must be the fault of the women. These, like, lascivious whores must be the main reasons for as to why they don't want to fucking, I don't know, deal with all of my fucking problems and insecurities. It's like, no, man, like, it's just the fact that everything just fucking sucks right now in terms of the economy, man. Like, that's what it is. And you're not the only one who's, like, suffering at the moment. Like, it's not just, like, white men that are dealing with these problems. It's also a bunch of non-white men as well.
there is like a way forward that would allow them to dispel some of the loneliness that they're maybe experiencing, and that is to become more active participants in the life of the family that they think they want and are being denied. That just means doing work that is in the past been very feminized, helping a little bit more with childcare, being excited about splitting domestic duties 50-50, especially if you have a situation where you and your partner are both working outside of the home. Like, how are we splitting the tasks of being in a home together? And I think a lot of them are just refusing to in any way learn feminine skills.
But I think it's also, it goes back to, like, the reason white women are the target of that is because they think that white culture, like white feminist culture, would ask them to do the diapers or something. Whereas if they get somebody from maybe a more patriarchal culture or a culture where men are not expected to do those things in somewhere in South America or Asia or something, like, they can opt out of that.
They really like sort of like specifically pointing to the Russian Orthodox Church, for example. There's this example of, I think, this British dude who moved over to Russia, I think, right? In order to get his, like, I don't know, fucking wannabe trad wife. And he's just like, yes, I can finally not have to deal with all of these, like, lascivious white women who've been basically just making my life significantly worse. And I have not been able to sort of I can now have the trad conservative life that I've always been, like, dreaming and imagining. And yeah, you're right, Durandi. I think he got sent to the front lines specifically in the war in fucking Ukraine, right? Like, it's just like, oh, get fucking owned. It's like, no, dude, that was all just like a fucking meme. It was always a meme in order to, like, get a bunch of, like, foreign fucking currency from you specifically. That's, like, literally the only reason why the Russians wanted to do that, or Putin specifically wanted to do that, and also just have, like, more random meat that he can just throw into the grinder.
And so again, it's just like, I feel like that, like, hatred of white women is really about, like, hatred of the progress that white women have been able to achieve through feminism in terms of this stuff. I don't know, so much of the white women villainization also just feels like it's just laying the groundwork for really bad policies. And it seems like if they can sort of push these narratives about white women, they can roll out a lot of really regressive policies. Like, for instance, again, this idea that they're hysterical, shouldn't be trusted to make, like, policy decisions, easily brainwashed, like, you know, selfishly refusing motherhood, aka, like, we should regulate their bodies for them, destroying families through divorce. These people also hate divorced, like, white women. That is, like, and this evil thing. And just this idea that they're, like, corrupted by education. You see this.
By the way, because that also used to be a thing with, like, black women as well, right? Like, a lot of these people used to also really like have this hyper fixation with, like, divorced black women as well, or, like, you know, just general single mothers.
Hatred directed at, like, young white women as well, where it's like, look at these crazy white girls, you know, on campuses. Like, I mean, Ben Shapiro would villainize these people all the time, and Charlie Kirk, but it was like these silly women with, like, getting these crazy ideas in their head.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the pushback against, like, women's professional advancement. Like, the Trump administration has recategorized some post-undergrad degrees and, like, advanced degrees in such a way that would make it very difficult for people to take out student loans enough to pay for those degrees. And most of the degrees that were recategorized are degrees that have a high percentage of women working in those degrees. So basically, like, this little, like, paperwork switcheroo thing made it so that women who wanted to go to college who weren't independently wealthy enough to be able to afford out-of-pocket grad school would be denied the path to go to grad school because the amount of loans they take would be very limited. We also saw in the Heritage Foundation put out a report recently that characterized women having degrees and focusing on their education. I think they called it like, I don't know if they said useless, but it was something akin to useless. It was like young women need to be encouraged to get married and start having children instead of pursuing useless prestige or something like that.
Oh, by the way, that's also the same shit that Charlie Kirk has been consistently saying, right? Talking about how young women specifically need to not be pursuing education because of the fact that they're all incredibly fucking upset and they hate the fact that they're not in the home consistently. Again, it's a bunch of poppycock. It's complete fucking nonsense. But again, it plays more and more into like that ridiculous sort of grievance that they have.
This episode is brought to you by Atai Beckley, a clinical stage biotech company that's developing new treatments for mental health disorders like depression, especially for people who have options. They're publicly addressed. Treating depression can be really tough, and not everyone responds to pharmaceutical options. Many psychedelic therapies require 6 to 8 hour monitored sessions. BPL-003 is designed to work in roughly 1 to 2 hours.
Like anti-white woman backlash is like feel pressured or bullied into getting married and having children before they're 30. And so what we're seeing a lot in the like anti-white woman backlash is like, just picture the white woman that they're mad at. You know, it's like I'm picturing like a Minneapolis protester. She's wearing a cocoon coat and she's got her mittens on and she's driving a minivan and maybe she had kids when she was 35 or 36 years old and like so she's not just this like young mom prancing around at an elementary school drop-off. They really want women, and specifically white women in a proto-fascist Christian nationalist society, to be kind of ushered into this like stay-at-home home life before they're old enough to realize that the life that they can have for themselves is bigger and more complicated than that if they wanted to.
Oh, by the way, and I mean the thing that these people ultimately want is just not fucking sustainable as well. Like, okay, like, do you earn enough fucking bread in order to be able to sustain something like that? I don't know, dumbass fucking white nationalist? Like, do you earn enough money? Because guess what? It's fucking difficult to live in a one income household. That just doesn't exist anymore with the current, like, makeup of how the economy works right now. Like, it's just not fucking realistic. But for these people, they are just like, no, clearly, you must have all of these like lascivious whores. These women need to be able to exist in order to be subservient to me, the dumbass fucking white nationalist man. Yeah, because we'll definitely somehow improve the economy in order to be able to have all of my trad dreams be made true. Yeah.
To be, and it's very insidious. I think that the like white woman reactionary like stuff that we're seeing on the far right Maga is this sort of like the id version of that, where it's not very strategic. It feels kind of sloppy. It feels like a bunch of people just got really mad.
It doesn't feel that way to me though. It doesn't feel sloppy at all because it's like this is something that they have so consistently built towards for this entire movement. I mean, I just think of like even the earliest kind of iterations of this, and I think that like white women are so core and essential to the MAGA movement that I do think that they are very focused on kind of like keeping them in line through various ways. I'm not saying that like some of these men yelling about women online are like strategic in any way. I don't think that they're, but groups like the Heritage Foundation or some of these other people like pushing this stuff, like Chris Rufo or like these other right wingers, I do think that they think critically about this stuff, and I do think that especially the weird ways that like white women are being really exploited and attacked to push like these ideas. I don't know. I do think it's about enforcing racial solidarity at the end of the day. Like I think that that's like kind of what this all is about, because the white women that they hate, it is women that support Black Lives Matter. You know, in 2020, it is women that marry across like racial lines, which they view as traitors, or just any women that sort of show solidarity right now with ICE. Right? It's showing solidarity primarily for non-white people, and so it just feels very much like I don't know. Like they want to define whiteness in these very narrow and authoritarian terms, and I think like when white women don't center their whiteness or they express solidarity with people who aren't white, like that is when they're being villainized the most.
Sure, but they're asking white women to be this set of mutually exclusive traits that they can't all be contained in one person. They're writing a bad character. Like if you're trying to work on a script and a character acted like how they want white women to act, you'd be like, this doesn't make any sense. This isn't how a person acts.
Well, it's like having like being perfect that's X and having no body count, or like there's always these.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here. Like, we're talking about fucking right wingers here, right? Everything that these people believe in and think about is inherently fucking contradictory. They don't believe in anything, right? Because they can't believe in anything. Because if they actually believed in stuff and had to justify the, I don't know, like a complete nonsense they pretend to believe in, you would just look at it and just be like, bro, what the fuck are any of you guys talking about? You guys are genuinely insane.
Contradictions, which I think also the red pill like body count thing is also insane. And related to this, like they talk about how like white women hit the wall or whatever, aka like look older than 21 years old, like earlier than women of color, and that's why like they're particularly like they need to get married even younger. That was an argument that I saw recently.
Why do they care so much? That's the thing. Like when I think about how white women care about men or talk about men, maybe it's just my friends, but like we're not like they need to dress like this, so they need to act. It's just like leave us alone. Like if a woman wants to get married to you and that's like her life's ambition and she wants to have children and she wants to do like the traditional nuclear family and she's totally comfortable taking on the bulk of housework and she wants you to go to work and be a paycheck and then come home, sit on an armchair, like whatever, that is fine. Like why do you care about all the people that don't want that? Like there are people out there that want that. There are a lot of women out there who want that. I think that like the modern world is crazy and overwhelming.
Well, it's because like it's about like maintenance of hierarchy and control. It always is at the end of the day with a lot of these people. It's all about like what can we do specifically to have excuses to have all of these very, very high collections of dudes who really need to just go and get some fucking goddamn therapy in order to make sure that they constantly fucking vote for us. Why don't we have them, I don't know, fastidiously obsess over, white women and make them all feel like there's something that they are losing with white women specifically, right? Like, that's purely what it is.
And a life with very defined roles, there are people that really think that would be appealing, right? So why do they care so much that not all of us want that? They can't marry every single white woman. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. I think it's about subjugation and control, right? Like, I mean, this is why Pearl Davis, I believe, is still single. Like, it's like these type of women that buy into their system of patriarchy, like, they don't want.
That's actually a really good point there by Taylor, to be honest. Because here's the thing: people like Pearl Davis. The funniest thing, and this is like I think the greatest fucking irony in all of this, they hate people like Pearl Davis. You know? They hate people like Pearl, which is so fucking funny, right? Like, they hate her. Because I guess in the mind of a lot of these people, she's seen as, like, not the ideal, I guess, candidate for this, like, subjugation. Because, I don't know, she's, like, ugly or whatever. I don't know, like, it's inherently fucking ridiculous. But they don't like people like Pearl Davis because, again, like, she just, I think for, like, lack of a better term, just lays it on too thick, right?
Want that. They always want the ones that don't, because they want to be able to subjugate and control them. And also they sort of, I think, like, recognize that, like, men are not valuable creatures or whatever they're telling themselves, like, whatever that movement, like, I think that they know in their heart that's not true, and they don't respect women that
Oh, by the way, the example that I also use for this all the time consistently is with Lady Ballers, right? Lady Ballers, the main love interest of the male fucking character was the liberal gay white woman. It's like, if you're like thinking to yourself, wow, this is all seemingly very Freudian, very fucking psychosexual, it's because it is, right? Like, these people, essentially, they're just probably upset about the fact that their mothers have some form of, like, fucking freedom, and they just hated their mothers when they were a kid, and they basically want to, like, take this out on the rest of women. Like, that's, like, honestly, sometimes it really is just that simple.
buy into that ideology because they know how flawed that they are. You know what I mean? And so I think that's part of it.
I think there's also something to be said about, like, you know, I don't want to get too in the weeds here with the way the boys and girls are raised, but girls tend to be raised to do a better job forming social connections and building their own networks. And then when they become adults, if they're by themselves and they don't find somebody who's a suitable partner, they don't want to have a suitable partner, they can have a fulfilling life because their entire lives they have been doing that. You know, they watched their mother and they imitated their mother, or like they just were socialized that way at school. And I don't think there are a lot of boys that are boys that are socialized to form groups and be good friends and members of their community. But like, if you go to a PTA meeting, like, who's running it? Like, it's the moms. Like,
It's
when
the
they get to
moms.
school, the default is like they're going to call the mom if the kid's sick, even if the mom and dad both work full time. Like, there's like this default assumption, and I think that because of those things, the one upside of the fact that so much of this is put on girls is that girls can figure.
I don't disagree with this sort of the patriarchal or also lens that's being taken here, right? Like, that definitely has a very, very big sort of factor in all of this. But I really do. It's like it's fucking Freudian bullshit, dude. It's psychosexual. Like, these people just see a lot of their mothers in these like differing fucking women, and they just have like fucking conniptions about it.
Out how to have a family and a community without a man, and the reverse is not true. They need women, but women don't need them at this moment in history. Now, if we were in a much more violent society where men were like brigadiering houses and like knocking down doors with pitchforks, like, it would be more necessary to have someone physically large and strong that was there to like keep their house safe. You know what I'm saying? But like, as it is right now, if you are a 22-year-old, graduated from college, you're like, you know what? I think I want to have a kid, but I don't want to get married. Whatever. You can like freeze your eggs, unfreeze them when you're 32, get an artificial insemination, have a baby, live with some girlfriends. Like, you're probably all like, you know.
I think, by the way, that's like what Valkyrie is doing, and it made some of the most, I think, annoying fucking dipshits on the internet really, really fucking mad about it. Like, it's like, yeah, dude, I mean, if a woman wants to have, like, freedom in order to be able to sort of, I don't know, just, like, chill the fuck out and try to figure their fucking life out and just vibe and chill, like, I mean, that's their prerogative. I mean, that's ultimately their decision, but a lot of men are just, I guess for lack of a better term, just very, very fucking mentally ill.
You know, you could share that.
But that's what's so threatening, right? That's why they're so angry about it. Is like, that is what is threatening.
Exactly. That's exactly what's threatening. Is because I think they know that in order to have families, they need to have a woman who wants to have a family with them. And like, women have figured out a way to have something that is family-like or a literal family without necessarily having a man in their lives.
Definitely, which yes, I think they're very angry about all of that.
It's crazy because it's like, I mean, I hate being like not all men, but there seems to be such a divide among men too. Where it's like they feel like almost different genders. To hang around a man who is like enlightened and smart and like fulfilled with himself and can form social relationships feels totally different than being around a dysfunctional, violent man.
Well, I think also, like, just like back to what you were saying before, like just women having more options and stuff. Like, I think it's also important to point out too that white women are the ones that generally do have access to those privileges and do have access to IVF, do have access to, you know, all these issues. It's been interesting too to see the villainization of IVF and surrogacy, which is often framed against white women. Like, I've noticed so much conversation on Twitter lately.
Dude, fucking Elon Musk, who has all of his fucking kids through IVF, who has been consistently villainizing that fucking shit. Yeah, trust me, Elon, dink donk Elon, the hypocrisy is not lost on me there, bud.
I have like a whole screenshot file of just like seemingly like progressive even accounts boosting like MAGA reactionaries on issues like IVF and surrogacy, where they're like, oh, these rich white women just think they can buy their babies. Like, why don't you adopt? There's all these, which is crazy. That's not the same thing.
Also, the numbers
that
are
is
there
not
to
the same
adopt.
thing.
And also,
Yeah.
like, adoption is not the same thing as having your child. It requires you have to be prepared to adopt a baby, and that is something that you should be prepared to do. Like, that is a separate thing from going through IVF.
Yeah, isn't again like adoption? That's like a whole fucking legal process. It's not just this. Listen, everyone has like this like cartoonified like ridiculous standard in their minds. It's not as simple as just like forehead. You go to like a fucking institution or whatever, and you would just get you sign some random papers. Like, no, there's a whole fucking legal process that is gone through in order to be able to fucking adopt people. You have to be able to, or adopt kids. There's a whole sort of legal thing there in particular. It's not just this like, oh yeah, dude, you just go in there, you go to the place, and you just get a kid, dude. It's like, yeah, man, totally. Like this like weird sort of cartoonified like complete fucking nonsense.
Obviously, surrogacy and IVF are not exactly the same, and obviously there can be very exploitative situations with surrogacy, of course. But at a time when more and more women are seeking reproductive freedom and seeking, different family options and seeking, surrogacy has become much more normalized because of gay men and because, so many people not just are struggling with infertility, but there's just a lot more families that don't look like traditional families where both partners can biologically have children. And these are things that, like, instead of having conversations like, amazing, we want to have families however we can, let's make sure they're ethical. It's like they're trying to paint it as like these white women or like rich white women just want, to buy their babies, or they won't have babies early enough, so they want to spend, go through IVF when they're 45 because these. And I think again, it's interesting how like fundamentally that's a discussion about reproductive justice, but the attacks are being filtered through these attacks on white women, which seem to be effective with like getting some people that are not MAGA on board because misogyny is so pervasive.
Well, I think that sort of backlash betrays a kind of lack of understanding of how sexist the idea of the fertility cliff was in the first place, and the way that women's reproductive and sexual health and fertility was painted as women's fault. And now the more we barely even studied sperm. We barely even studied how like old sperm and low quality sperm impacts like reproductive outcomes. Like we now know after like the least possible amount of research that sperm from like a really old guy that is not healthy sperm can lead to a woman having like preeclampsia, which is a deadly condition during pregnancy, and that miscarriages or repeated miscarriages are often due to low quality sperm, or that if a couple wants to get pregnant, a man should abstain from marijuana for at least 4 to 6 months before trying to get pregnant, and alcohol during the like attempts to like get. So there are like so many things. Like for our entire lives, I was like hit over the head with this idea that like, oh, she can't get pregnant, it's her fault. And also there's always a notion told to women that once you hit 35, it is like over. You can't have babies. Like you're more likely to get hit by a truck than have a baby, and that we're fine.
Yeah, by the way, a buddy of mine who I knew in fucking high school, his mother had him when she was like over 40. So yeah, that's just a bunch of bullshit, right? It's just this like dumbass idea in the minds of a lot of these like fucking psychos. Or it's just like, oh yeah, dude, women hit the wall when they're 30. Obviously, it's like, no, that's not exactly how that works. You can have a fucking kid when you are significantly older as well. It's something that's just like ridiculous. It can happen. It just depends on a bunch of certain conditions.
Finding out was based on like data from the 1700s from countryside of France. Like it is not something that actually holds. It doesn't hold out. Like if you actually like tried to figure out whether that's scientifically valid. And the sexism behind that was that women were brought up to think, okay, I need to do this, I need to do this. I don't have very much time. If I want to be a mother, I can only do it this way. And then I run out of time, and that's it. And it introduced a level of like urgency to marriage and childbearing that artificially pushed women to make decisions before they actually had to. And so I think that anything that undermines that. So IVF, you can actually get pregnant and successfully carry a pregnancy well into your 40s now, provided you froze embryos and not your eggs. And surrogacy, actually, if for whatever reason I have friends.
Well. If it isn't that son of a bitch fucking Boy Meets Minnie, that fucker, that little piece of shit, that fucking putius maximum exusifus. You know what, Boy Meets Minnie? You are putis. Literal fucking putis. Why are you such a fucking puto? You know what you did, bastard.
That had 2 children via surrogate. She had cancer and had to have her like reproductive organs taken out of her body. But before she had that happen, she froze all of her eggs, and they did IVF and froze the embryos, and they were able to have a surrogate. They were able to have 2 of their own children via surrogate. Like that's an amazing advancement that they were able to take advantage of that. I think that anything.
By the way, I'm still convinced that Elon Musk has not had sex with a woman. I'm definitely still convinced, and I'm on the train that Elon definitely has never had sex with a woman.
Undermines the sexist framework that's like, if you can't have babies, it's your fault. You didn't do it soon enough. Blah blah blah. That threatens the structure itself, and that's another reason why I think they're angry. Although again, Taylor, I don't think they're thinking about it this deeply. I think they're just reacting.
Well, I think most people on the internet are just reacting, but I do think that they think about these things, and I do think that there is some level of, I don't even think it's active coordination, but I do think that these narrative tropes take hold based on whether or not they're effective. And undeniably, villainizing white women has become effective for that movement because it's so pervasive, and because I do see these examples as well of like that rhetoric playing really well with a lot of, because it's misogyny and because misogyny leveled against.
By the way, this is also the same thing that they would do on 4chan as well. I think 4chan, before what we knew specifically about Jeffrey Epstein, a lot of fucking 4chaners would consistently talk about fucking white women all the time, right? In like these sort of like savior of the West sort of a way, quote unquote. But also they would have like constant discussions about the things that I mentioned, like right around the fucking beginning, where they're just like, yeah, dude, all the race cuckoldry shit that we are constantly fucking obsessed with, and it's definitely not us like projecting our own sort of fetish here. Yeah, dude. The reason why we can't get any women in our lives is totally because of the fact that we are all just a bunch of cucked chuds, and white women want to basically constantly deny us from being able to have kids or whatever the fuck. When it's in reality, it's just like this, like a sort of like psychosis that these people are suffering. Mostly a lot of because of the fact that they, well, are mostly upset about the fact that their mothers are able to, I don't know, like behave and sort of like be like normal fucking human beings. It is very, 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 very fucking Freudian more often than not with a lot of these people.
White women is viewed as acceptable by so many people, you know, on the left or Democrat. Like, I do think that it has become very normalized, and I see a lot of like that hatred of like that villainization of women like just play very well. I was fighting with somebody about it on Twitter the other day, and like maybe think of this guy that's like, I'm not Maga, but you know, these white women, and it's like that is acceptable. And again, not to discount the many evil things that white women have done and do, but I hope that people kind of like recognize like what these attacks on white women are feeding into, and fundamentally, it is a very reactionary, horrible movement that doesn't just hate white women, but it hates like all minorities and like all women generally. And like I think white women are very
women be shopping, am I right, fellas?
There aren't things that white women do that are like kind of silly. But I saw a tweet the other day that was actually a perfect encapsulation of something that's been bothering me about the discourse around like even like boomer liberals or like, you know, these people, you know, sassy bumper stickers about Elon Musk on their Priuses or whatever, you know, this sort of kind of cringe core liberal. And the tweet was like, I'm paraphrasing here, like eventually leftists are gonna have to understand that politics means sometimes interacting with people who annoy you. And I think that really gets to the core of something where it's like, you know what, you might find a group of like hashtag resistance libs to be annoying, but that in no way undermines like the moral rightness of what they're trying to do or what they're aiming for. And if your values align with
That's such a good point, by the way. That's such a good fucking point, right? And this happens all the time with mostly Marxist fucking Leninists, because Marxist Leninists are all reactionaries. Let's be honest here, they are fucking incredibly, incredibly fucking reactionary, right? Like, MLs will consistently have problems with the behaviors that a lot of fucking white women have, right? Because of, the fact that they are so libby and that they're not willing to be participants within the, I don't know, based Marxist-Leninist fucking revolution that these people soy out over so very often, right? Like, you know, we all know the type, right?
With the values of somebody who you're like, oh, this person's a little annoyed. Work with them. Be annoyed with them. But like, you have to work together. We're at a point in history where we can't really like pick our ideal team based on like how cool everyone is or how original all their jokes are or how fun. You know, it's we have to work. We have to play with the team that's on the field, and this is the team that's on the field. And so I think it's like, yeah, you know, fine, make fun of me, you know, in my like kid car that I drive, my like signs. I don't care. I think a lot of people need to kind of recalibrate and understand that like we have to work together with people whose hearts are in the right place, even though the pink hats might have aged poorly.
Yeah, 100%. No, I totally agree. Also, just recognizing that like there's a lot of like complexities with every person, and these tropes of like the wine mom or the whatever. Like, I mean, one woman I think has done great things for white women is that Jennifer Welch woman from the I've Had It podcast. I don't know.
Hey, I mentioned her earlier, right at the beginning. Listen, like I said before, Jennifer Welch single-handedly, I think, has basically saved the sort of not mentality, but the reputation of the white liberal wine mom. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. Because listen, being the misogynist little piece of shit that I used to be, the fucking chud, the big Chudlington that I used to be. Listen, I also thought that, God, I fucking hate liberal fucking wine mom pieces of shit, annoying ass fucking bitches. God, I hate them so much. And, you know, I've also had, like, my own sort of issues here as well. But that's because, like, a lot of it I was, like, projecting that because I was not sort of engaging with my own sort of problems, like, and not necessarily, like, reflecting on my own sort of like issues in terms of I guess like Bernie Sanders and not necessarily having as deep understanding of politics like as I like to think that I do now more so. A lot of it I used to just like project it on and like blame other people for a lot of like political mistakes that say like Bernie Sanders and other like left-leaning candidates have made, blah 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 blah. When obviously it's not just as simple as like blaming a particular group. Like that is a very very inherently reactionary sort of thing that people did very very often in like 2020. And I mean it's still a problem to this day, but is it as bad as it has used to been? Probably not. I want to say, but like I think it is like more or less safe to say that I think things have improved. You know, I prefer to try to stay a little bit positive, you know, like people used to have been like really, really big pieces of shit and just like are not so much anymore because of all of these like changes that have generally happened throughout a bunch of different spaces. You know, I maybe like trying to be a little fucking positive here. Things have gotten better. I think I've also gotten better in a lot of my assessments in terms of political predilections, and I'm not like so quick to blame like one particular group for as to why everything is as terrible as it is, right? Like jumping to the conclusion of like, man, wine moms, am I right, fellas? When it's not really that simple, right?
I don't know, like I've just noticed that a lot more people are like, wait a minute, like maybe the wine moms are based, because like she'll say things like, I don't know, people deserve healthcare, or like ICE is evil, or she's just sort of like outspoken, and it is nice to see people embrace someone that I think even 5 years ago would have been read as like a...
Yeah, let's be honest here, it's really not that simple, right? Like, if Jennifer Welch was also like your typical liberal fucking wine mom, everyone would also just hate her fucking guts, be like, oh god, fucking wine moms, am I right, fellas? God, they are the worst. And it's just like, well, you know, it's not really that complicated. Like, because sometimes it is just as simple as just saying, like, ugh, wine moms, they just don't want to learn, they don't want to fucking understand anything, God, they fucking suck. Right? I mean, it is really, really easy to just do that, but it's more complicated than that.
Horny resistance person, but she's like, she has a moral compass on things like Israel too. So I don't know. I think just generally making people more aware of misogyny and like what these attacks are really about. Because I think it might seem harmless to hate on cringe white women, present company included, but like, but it is really insidious and bad. I mean, I think so much of it is ultimately about just pushing this like evil agenda that we should all be against.
Yeah, and it's about trying to return us to a period of time in American history that never really existed outside of advertisements, and that wasn't even making people happy back then. I said this on another podcast this week, but if they're going to try to like boot us back to the 1950s, they need to at least bring back Quaaludes.
And like single income household.
Right, there's a part of me that's like, actually, that would be kind of nice. That would be kind of nice if only me or my husband had to work, or we could both work part-time and I could be home 50% of the time, he could be home 50% of the time. Like, that would be nice, but the moment we're in right now does not lend itself well to that in any way.
Yep.
Well, Aaron, thank you so much for chatting with me today. I appreciate it so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that's it for the show. If you like my work,
Great, fantastic to, I don't know, learn about all this stuff with like liberal, well, and also like the conservatives wanting to, I don't know, take out their own insecurities and frustrations with, well, liberal wine moms and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, it really is just as simple as just like, these people, all they care about one thing and one thing only, and that is maintenance of systems of hierarchy and control. A projection from a lot of these individuals, generally speaking, and the idea where it's just like, you know, it's really, really easy to just be like a reactionary and just blame certain people and the wine moms for as to why like everything is as bad as it is. And, you know, all these like 4chan weirdo incel types are just like, ah, man, fucking these bitch-ass fucking women making everything worse for me, yada yada yada. When in reality, the only reason why a lot of these like conservatives do that nowadays is it's a projection, right? They are just simply mad about the fact that a lot of people, well, specifically women, just are not really happy with the fact that people just don't like the policies of MAGA, they don't like conservative policies, and they too, like the men who have had their freedoms, they also want freedoms as well. And a lot of these like conservative men just can't really accept that fact, which is honestly a skill issue. That's a skill issue for you guys, right? Like, let's be quite honest here. Men, that's a skill issue, right? Like, freedom for thee and not necessarily for me kind of a deal. And it's just like, listen, the arc of progress and of fucking history only goes forward. It is inevitable that at some point in time, more and more women are just going to want to have freedoms and the ability to be able to make decisions for themselves. Like, let's give ourselves like a quick reminder here in terms of history. The 19th Amendment only passed about a century ago. Same with the ability for women to be able to open up their own bank accounts and credit cards under their own name. That's about a half a century ago. A lot of things that women have sort of fought and bled and died for have, generally speaking, been earned for them in relatively sort of short, well, more frequent times. Not frequent, but in terms of like the arc of history have been things that they earned from not that long ago, right? Like, 100 years ago may seem like, that's such a long time ago. Not really in the grand scheme of things. And these are only, like, recent advents that a lot of these people have earned. So it's important to sort of, like, understand that the best way forward, right, generally speaking, is for everyone to sort of like, you know, kumbaya, hold your hands together and just be like, listen, we have to understand that we're all in the same fight together, and we also have to understand that where one falls, we will all fall. And if we don't stand together against those who ultimately wanted to divide this all up in order to be able to maintain their own sort of like systems of hierarchy and control, that being conservatives, of course, they will pick us all apart and make all of our fucking lives way more fucking miserable. But yeah, generally speaking, I'd say it's a very good video here by Taylor Lorenz. And MAGA people, let's be honest here, the only reason why they are going after women in the way that they are going after women is simply just due to the fact that it's projection from them specifically. Purely fucking projection, right? They are just mad about the fact that women have the ability to be able to make decisions for themselves, and they just do not want men like MAGA fucking weirdos. Or like men who just generally speaking don't have like ambition or don't align with the same goals as a lot of these women generally speaking have, because they too also have their own sort of innate desires and things that they want to achieve in their lives, right? And that's like, you know, that's lovely, it's fantastic, it's wonderful for them, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of these, like, conservative men have just not really come to the terms of the fact that it turns out, well, women are also human as well. And very often with a lot of conservatives, they are very likely to just not treat people like fucking humans. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, conservatives, if you want white women to like you again, you're going to have to step up your own standards and actually give people a fucking reason to actually want to fucking care about wanting to date you. Because it's not just as simple anymore as be a man, get a woman, blah, blah, blah. Socioeconomic conditions have made it such that that's just not the case anymore. But yeah, listen, men, there's a lot of work that has to be done. And I believe that we can all do it. I'm having a positive vision for the future. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice meme. Well, if it isn't Boy Meets Minnie, that fucking puto. Minnie meets Boy. What the hell have you been up to, you damn son of a bitch? You fucking puto. Alright, what the hell is going on here? Why the heck do I not have any cooper? Where is my cooper? Hmm? Oh, that's annoying. The fuck is this? Unknown tracker alerts. The fuck? Couple days to the house before we have to catch our return flights. What the hell? I don't want to know about this dumbass tracker, please. Go away. I can't believe that Boy Meets Minnie is allowed to relax. That's kind of cringe, Jack, and your setup is weak. That's cringe, Jack, and your setup is weak. Oh yeah, also Blurp is it doesn't work for some reason. I don't know why Blurp doesn't work. Oh yeah, Blurp is broken. I have no idea what's wrong with Blurp. I think Blurp might just be racist or something. It hates black people or some shit. I don't know. Just like Asmongold. Asmongold also hates black people. But unlike me, who loves black people, I love black people. I do not hate black people. Boy Meets Mini, you would call Blurp a slur because you hate AI. So you would definitely call Blurp an anti-AI slur. You know, I'm waiting for, like, the day that, like, all the AI bros start saying that, like, the term clanker is basically a slur. And they're just using that in, like, a dishonest fashion. No, you were being racist against Copilot. Why are you being racist against AI, bro? It's kind of cringe. I thought you were like a leftist and you hated racism. It's like, okay, man. Sure, dude. I can't believe that the left would be so hypocritical. It's like, okay, man. It's cool, I guess. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini is being racist against Copilot. Inconceivable. Oh yeah, where's our South Side of Delhi crime update, Boy Meets Mini? Where is it? That's not for Alex Roivas to give, that's for you to give. NMP Law and Soden Poppin say that Emiru shouldn't be expected to comment on political issues. Then why the fuck did her mod ask her that fucking question then? At this point, then it's a self-sabotage. Because, like, okay, that whole fucking video, by the way, was again, an Asmongold mod, who is her head mod, asking her about her thoughts on fucking ICE. And since the dude's an Asmongold mod, he's just like, it's ridiculous that a bunch of, I don't know, streamers need to give an opinion on that. It's just like, okay, then why the fuck are you asking that question? Like, what are you doing? I think you're setting up Emiru to inherently fail on its face for no fucking reason. Like, that's what you guys are doing. Like, okay, dude. Very, very fucking silly, dude. I wonder why you set up Emiru to fail for some reason. Like, okay, dude. Could be like that. Oh, I used to work with like Indians in India, right? I am all very aware. Yeah, it's 10.5 hours. 11.5 hours here from EST. Nicks, more like dicks, am I right, fellas? Cocks, more like socks. Yeah, that's a truth nuke. Everything I say is a truth nuke. This is real, by the way. Everything I say is a truth nuke. Truth nuke, truth nuke. Crackers. Whoa, I can't believe you'd say that. You're gonna die. I'm going to kill you. We need to do a little bit of murder. It's very necessary. Hey, look at these guys. Look at them. Oh, hello. The fuck is this? We're gonna do a bunch of killing. Oh, those are gonna miss. These damned bastards are moving a little fast. I will get a successful hit. I will do it. I will not stop. I will continue wasting tungsten and making more artillery shells. Nothing will stop me. That's looking good. They did not give a shit. Sir, we got direct hits. The jellyfish didn't care. What the... Oh, they didn't give a fuck. My obelisks. That's okay. If I had some walls, probably would have been okay, but meh. Are we done getting robots? Yes. We need to fix up Ceres. I'm gonna fix Ceres first, because apparently it's too full of reactionary chuds. But I'm also gonna take this as an opportunity to replace all of the regular bots with the antimatter bots instead. Just one. This one's a fix. Because it turns out everything's frozen. Everything's not working. Alright, you chuds. Alright, you fucking chuds. I think I had 3,000 bots. Was it? I don't remember exactly how many I had, but I had a lot. I think we've almost gotten every single construction bot. Not construction bot, but logistics bot. Because I do believe there's 3,000 here. With the antimatter bots, we don't need as many. Because they are just faster and they are better. There's the last logistic bot. That was not a logistic bot. Probably because a bunch of shit got destroyed. There should be more construction bots, so we've missed some somewhere. There we go. It's 500. Alright, let's turn this shit back on. What the hell happened here? Ah, we're full of plutonium-238. Wake up. That's the problem we're having. Stummy full. Oh, my stummy full of plutonium. Oh, my belly full. My belly full of plutonium. When your belly full of plutonium, it'd be like that. Stummy full. The only thing that was really taking up any energy on this place were just the roboports. But now they'll take up a lot less energy. Oh, my belly full. Belly full of plutonium. Stummy full. Well, so long, Gay Bowser. That's kind of puttis of you to say that, Boy Meets Mini. Why are you being such a fucking puttis? Why are you being so put? It's kind of Team Papaga. It's kind of Papaga of you, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of cringe, kind of Papaga, kind of stupid. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Boy Meets Mini. Unfortunately for you, I am prejudiced against El Fortus Netus. So, you're kind of fucked there. You're kind of fucked there, Buster. Alright, you're kind of fucked there, buddy. Well, what can I say? You're, kind of fucked. Alright, wait for you to get to 500 degrees, and then kickstart this whole shit. We have to wait for some of the heat pipe cells to get there as well. Alright, wakey wakey. Alright, get to work, idiots. Huh? Satisfactory? What is he, fucking cringe? As Dosh Doshington would say, why would you ever play Satisfactory when there's Factorio? That doesn't make any sense to me. He's a Factorio YouTuber. One of the big ones. One of the goats, some might say. Of Factorioing. Alright, it's time for all these chutneys to start waking the fuck up, Samurai. Wake the fuck up, Samurai. You fucking neat. Time for all you Chudlingtons to start waking up. Listen, we get it. You wanna have your soy Unreal Engine graphics. We get it. You're soy. You're cringe. You're a Homo sapien. You want to be soy and cringe like everybody else. We get it. I want to be like, oh, dude, look at the 3D models. Look at the fidelity, bro. Fidelity, bros. So this isn't an improvement to anything. This is just us fixing some problems here. Because it turns out we have a bunch of issues we need to fix in this area here. Okay, because we don't need as many to act as charging ports now for a bunch of for these bots, by the way. We just need these roboports to act as places to hold the bots because they don't need energy, because antimatter bots don't need energy in order to operate. Never forget. Wakey, 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 wakey. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. I guess I could use the mechanical plants in this area, but this is... Don't think we need more engine production than this. Yeah, we're fine. Until I come back and build an actual base in this area. And it looks like everything is back to normal, and we should be consuming much less power. Yep, the only thing consuming powers is just the rockets. That is the main power consumer. It is no longer the robochargers. Alright, I think we're ready to get out of here now. Yeah, I would say we're ready to leave. What the hell are you talking about? No one's listen, imagine being a fucking Moldova poster. Why are you Moldova posting like this? It seems like we have a Moldova poster in chat. That still sounds like Moldova posting to me. Which is triggering my Romanian racism. Yes, I'm sure I want to teleport to Fulgora. Yeah. Boy Meets Minnie, you know what to do about Transnistrians. You know what to do about, we're Romanian supremacists here. We will not be tolerating this. Wait, Boy Meets Minnie's not here. Damn it. Get to live for now, Moldovan. Man, I move really fast. Zoom in. Well, that's Sarasol fixed. I probably should have replaced all the assembly machines with mechanical plants because being able to produce engines in a relatively fast manner is a good thing. I know a Dutch guy who unironically went to Chisinau. LOL. Kinda troll. It's convenient I had to come to Fulgora to pick up a bunch of stuff anyways. So, lovely. Fantastic. It would not be bad for me to also replace all the bots. I think on Fulgora as well, because they are faster, the antimatter robots. But it's not that big of a deal. It's like the least touristed capital in the world, or in Europe. I have no idea. No clue. Okay, so where were some of the other places I said we'd go to? We'll head to Novice, because it matters for science. Mostly I want to put these down in places where it matters more. Like, which planets? The original planets, or all the planets that I have? Or, like, do you mean, can I rename all the planets? I don't think I can. Like, go through the entirety and just, like, list their names or something? Seems like a lot of work. Maybe I should go to Ceres and replace all of the assembly machines that I do have with mechanical plants. Mechanical plants are really good. No, I can't name any of them. The names that they have, they stay with. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with this thing, but for some reason, you just are not moving or doing what you're supposed to do. This thing is behaving really, really strangely. Oh, I see why we're not moving. Let's get some fucking thruster fuel there. Okay, I think I finally fixed all my goddamn problems that this thing is having. That was really annoying. That was extremely annoying. But that should be all of my problems fixed. I think. Alright, well, everything is now back to some relative normalcy. I should probably get rid of this doohickey I have here. I don't need this thing. Oh, I mean, sometimes something slips through the cracks. Right, we have it for this shit. So yeah, we have to fucking leave it there. No, that's fine. the science is flowing yet again. Lovely. So this should be working as normal now. Especially because we fixed all the problems. Back to fucking normal. I think we can stop with the Factorio for now. So really the only other planets is that we are going to probably put the electrochemical plants on. So we are shipping out Paracelsin products to Maluna so we can use them to build spaceships, which is what I want to do. I probably should put mechanical plants on Ceres because it matters. So probably yes for you. Definitely for you because chemical plants matter here. Because here's the thing, I could go to every single one of my planets and just replace them all appropriately with the mechanical plants, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do that. Because that's going to be a long time, it's going to be a pain in the ass, blah, 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 blah. And I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. So we're going to head to Novice. We're going to head to Maluna. We're going to head... not Maluna. To Corundum. Mostly we're going to be heading to the planets where it matters much more. For, say, chemical production or science or whatnot. Bunch of different stuff. So it matters for Novice. It matters for... it does kind of matter for you. You have a lot of chemical processes where the electrochemical plants would benefit significantly. Definitely for Corundum. For anything else, I don't think it really matters, because I do just want to get to Aquilo. Because it's, as I have said, all roads lead to Aquilo. I may need some of these upgrades because of the health penalties that we've been taking. Also, rocket ammo production is going to be back on the menu now. Because the quantum science is fixed. Rank concrete production. I don't think there's really anything else we need, do we? Don't think so. But yes, we need to head to Aquilo. It is time to head to Aquilo. Because this is a lot of goodies that we need. But not that we necessarily need, but that we can unlock. as has been said before, all roads lead to Aquilo. All roads. But yeah, next is definitely going to be Aquilo. Which means we will be designing a new ship. That's that for Factorios. Lovely. Amogos. Epstein, Nick Fuentes, that I did not spell correctly because I'm really good at spelling. I'm a professional, really. And also talking about... We're going to do the Ice Kid thing, you know? Why not? Yes, we shall do that. Alright, gamers, I will be right back. I'm going to grab some... I don't need to grab any water. Just bathroom. Yeah, I just need to go to the bathroom, quick stretch, all that good shit. Anyway, gamers, I will be right back. What's up? We're so Barack. We're so Barack. We're so Hussein. We're so Obama. Man, we're getting so, like, you know, you call Tectone a rapist, which he is, and you just get so many, I don't know, and you get so many fucking armchair lawyers coming out of nowhere to be like, well, you don't have any proof that Tectone did what he did. Yeah, but the court, based off of his testimony, still granted a protective order, so we can operate off of the assumption that more than likely he did that fucking shit. The standards for the burden of proof necessary for the United States are very, very high, and for good reasons, I would say. In a lot of cases, in a lot of instances, absolutely. But to just be like, oh yeah, dude, that means just like Tectone, it has definitely not been, it has definitely not done any of that shit. I mean, the judge, he said in testimony that he is a, that he is a diagnosed, unmedicated fucking schizophrenic, and he has been for a very long time, for the latter part of about like 10 years, if not longer. Which is genuinely insane. It's like, okay, dude. Another trained shooter. Oh, but was far right in a Groiper. Okay. Very funny. Alright, Mr. Kalinsky. Benjamin Netanyahu has cancer. You'll love to see it. Blood cancer. A blood cancer? I assume it's probably bad? I mean, for the speedy end? Not sure. Oh, also, there was a trans shooter that recently, right? You want to know what the far-right accounts are all not going to mention, by the way? SS tattoo and was a groiper. Oops. Oops. Yep. Also, apparently there's this game where you play as like a sperm. Apparently. I have no idea what the fuck is going on here. I shit you not, I heard mass shooting, 2 dead, including shooter, and I was like, low body count, mass shooting, thank God. That's crazy. Where's this dumbass video of this fat kid beating the shit out of Ice? Also, the Department of Homeland Security has shut down due to lack of funding. It's very funny. I keep seeing this damn fucking quiz floating around. What is your BDSM archetype? Listen, there's one perfect person to ask this, and that's someone who's never had sex before. Think about it. The Epstein files, oh boy. Jeffrey Epstein. My favorite guy. Jesus Christ, God, this guy fucking posts so much, dude. Why do you post so much? Literally do anything else with your life. There we go. What the hell? I can't find any footage of the fat kid beating up the pro ice guy. Where is he? Oh, I found him. Nope, I found it. I should have just searched up fat kid. Has a bit of it in his video. It's fair. I mean, really, like, I'm just gonna talk about, like, all the people that ICE has been constantly kidnapping, right? Lovely. Okay, got all I want. Trump's name appears over 1 million times in the Epstein files. Oof. That's a lot of times to appear in the Epstein files. 1 million. That's fun. Let's get started with this shit, shall we? Groypers, Nick Fuentes, and grifting. We've talked about this sort of general trend that's been going on with Nick Fuentes and his, I guess, Groyper sort of movement, I guess, for lack of a better term. Nick Fuentes is, fundamentally speaking, just a grifter. He doesn't believe in anything, fundamentally speaking. He was attempting to try to create a political movement of more America First for the right weirdos out of the rotting carcass that is the current Maga movement. We all do know that Nick Fuentes is not a particularly big fan of the audience that he has gathered for himself, because he wants to be seen as like this sort of austere, sort of the political intellectual, even though like the nonsense he espouses and says is completely nonsensical, but he has the audience that he currently has right now. There are multitudes of clips of him just basically hating on his audience, and he's just like, well, fuck, I need these guys to basically pay for my bills so I can just like retire and like, I don't know, to fuck off to some gay part of the country in order to be able to, well, get plowed in the ass or whatever the fuck, right? Like, enjoy gay boy activities. Because, listen, we all know the only point in time where Nick Fuentes was ever happy was when he was looking lovingly in both the eyes of Clavicular and also Catboy Kami, okay? Like, if you know, you know. But anywho, he's now apparently disavowing white nationalism. Now, the only reason why he's doing this is because either A, he believes in nothing, he is a grifter, period, end of story, or he's just doing this in order to make himself look optically more palatable for normies or whatever, because, again, Woke 2 is here, and he may want to try to make himself more like a diet chud, similarly with Asmongold as well. He may want to make himself look more like a diet chud rather than a full-on chud. For what purpose exactly? To seem more palatable for normies, to try to wiggle their way back into the mainstream, while, I don't know, I guess trying to charge up his reserve of the white nationalist sort of fervor. Again, like, it's always these things that like sort of wax and wane, and that barely makes any sense with a lot of these people, because fundamentally speaking, what the fascist believes in is inherently contradictory and barely makes any sense. But I do think that Nick Fuentes is probably not a very, very big fan of his audience. I do think he hates his audience, because, like, think about it. Like, I think one of the Groypers donated to him and said that it's like, Nick, what do you think of implementing a reading tax for people to be able to vote? And he was just like, no, that would guarantee liberals would win for forever. And unironically, I do think that Nick Fuentes is correct there when he says that, because Groypers are really fucking stupid, and they are losers as well. Like, I don't disagree with that. But anywho, preamble aside, Kyle Klinsky, what do you got for me, buddy?
Bro, I swear to God, nobody goes back and forth more than Nick Fuentes. He is the king of going back, forth, okay? And this is a great example of it here. So at the moment...
Because he believes in nothing.
And you're going to see the clip. He basically disavows being a white supremacist. He's like, I'm not... Well, maybe not. I think he's a white nationalist is what he disavows. So slightly different there. But he says, I don't even think of myself as a white nationalist anymore. And he basically goes after his own audience and calls them idiots and losers. And he's sick of their shit. We've seen him in the past go after his audience. But right now, it seems like more of a breaking point, if you will. So first, let's start with this one. Nick Fuentes...
I don't believe that, by the way. No. Right? He knows who butters his fucking bread, right? Like, he knows his audience of like sick, like, weirdos are the ones who currently butter his bread. I think he may be just doing that to try to, again, come off as more palatable to normies or whatever. Because, again, like, he only cares about one thing only. You're just making a bunch of money, just like every other, like, fascist that's currently in this administration and wannabe podcast hosts. They only care about making money. That's, like, literally it. So there's no belief or fundamental sort of, like, system that's going on here in terms of, like, beliefs. Like, these guys are just doing basically anything possible in order to be able to just grift off of a bunch of gullible idiots amongst the right, and then just, I don't know, retire once they have like a couple mil. Like, that's literally it.
Watched the Super Bowl halftime show, wasn't offended by it, unlike all the other conservative douchebags who were, ginning up their fake outrage, like Megyn Kelly going full Karen mode and melting down and screaming over fucking nothing.
That's
he was
true.
sort of put off
That
by
was
fake
very
outrage over
cringe.
right? And then he watched the DPUSA halftime show, and that's the thing that really put him over the edge into just being embarrassed of being a conservative. Watch this, here we go.
We can't talk about it without also discussing the Kid Rock thing that was going on.
So yeah, okay, I now know what clip this is referencing to. I mean, that TPUSA like YouTube stream, because they couldn't do it on Twitter, where they would have had like way more views, botted views more than likely, simply just due to the fact that, well, why watch that LARP halftime show when there's like the actual halftime show that you could just watch instead, right? Like, there's like basically no point in watching that shit whatsoever. Like, why would you want to look at that shit? Like just think about it for like literally 3 seconds. Why would you want to watch the TPUSA halftime show when there is the significantly better halftime show? Yeah, yeah, exactly, Alex. Yeah, the Hispanic in Nick Fuentes did like the halftime show. That's true, Alex. And because like the TPUSA halftime show is so fucking cringe, man. Like, it was cringe. Let's be honest here. Auraless, had no aura. Like, it was just a pre-recorded slop fest. It was poorly timed. Like, Kid Rock was still on stage doing his like shtick, while the game was continuing after the halftime show, the actual halftime show ended. It was just, it was terrible. Like, after, because like the chat was barely moving, even though there was apparently 5 million fucking concurrent viewers on that YouTube stream. Like, XQC exposed that, for fuck's sake. And you just look at it, and after the video was actually done processing, it didn't even break like 100,000 views. And obviously the likes were completely botted. So it's obvious. It's just like, oh, this was just botted to shit. Like, obviously. Because, dog, no one liked this shit. Everyone thought it was cringe. It was just like loser shit. Like, unironically.
On somewhere else? What the fuck is that? I mean, if that's the best we have to offer, honestly, I'm switching sides. If that's, seriously. They said this is the All-American Halftime Show. God, family, and it's like, okay, if that's the All-American Halftime Show, I don't know, guys. We're losing them. We gotta come up with something better, because that was a tough watch. If it is a requirement to pretend to like that, to be like a patriot, like, I can't do it. I'm just telling you up front. I'm gonna be honest with you. Full disclosure, I can't do it. I think I'd rather kill myself than pretend to like that. So you're telling me we're at the Super Bowl party with the normies, with the hoes, with the chuds, and we're at the Super Bowl watch party. We're having our taquitos, we're having our wings, pizza, watching the big game. Everybody's having a good time. You're telling me we have to turn off the TV, or we have to switch the input. We have to go to the Rumble app and watch some AI ad about like alternative medicine, and then we have to watch Kid Rock in this like generic country.
Okay, to be fair, to be quite honest, I think the Super Bowl was just filled with nothing but AI ads, which was complete dog shit. There was like a bunch of people complaining about like, dog, all these AI ads are so terrible. Imagine like being so lazy and just making like a terrible AI ad for the Super Bowl halftime show, or like this the Super Bowl in general. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, everyone's going to clown on you for that.
Country music. And we have to pretend to like this. We have to all be like, this is really good. She's really good. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. It sucks. And, not for nothing, didn't we do this for the RNC? Isn't this just like our token celebrity? Didn't Kid Rock play the RNC? It's just like a freak show. It's like Amber Rose was there last year, 2 years ago at the RNC.
Which, by the way, this is what the right does. If there's any celebrity who's left of center, who says some left of center shit, it's the Laura Ingraham classic. Hey, shut up and dribble, LeBron. You said some political shit. Shut up and dribble, right? The second there's anybody right of center who's a celebrity, oh my god, they come themselves. They come themselves. Yes, we got one. Yes. Yes, we love you so much. Thank you for joining us. Ronald Reagan was a shitty actor. Donald.
Yeah, by the way, what Kyle Klinsky here is overall saying is true. But we know why this is the case. This was the one moment in time where the conservatives felt like they could have some form of cultural relevance, and they completely fucking squandered it, right? The tariffs squandered all their cultural momentum. The actions of ICE within Minneapolis squandered their cultural momentum. The fact that Larry Ellison is taking over TikTok and making it shittier is squandering their cultural momentum. And they do this all the time. They always like piss and shit and fart and cum their pants all over the time, like all the time, and piss their pants every single time. Like anything that's slightly left of what they fucking believe in gets displayed and talked about, right? And it's not to say that there aren't like creative conservatives who have made good creative output. Again, like this is the example I go to. The composer of Halo was a conservative. And guess what? Halo music fucking bangs, okay? I don't give a shit. It's great fucking music. We all know about the Halo theme. The operatic singing is great. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's very religious coded. It's incredibly on the nose, but it's fantastic. It fits the theme of the game excellently. 10 out of 10, no notes. I'm not gonna say anything. But like all of these fucking grifters that currently exist. Yeah, exactly. Clint Eastwood. That's a great point there, Alex. Yeah, was a creative conservative. Absolutely. There's a bunch of them out there, right? But the problem is there's a reason why art is dominated by liberals. Culture is dominated by liberals. Because they engage in subjective thinking, or at least are capable of critically thinking. Most conservatives, nowadays especially, are just fucking bumbling buffoons and idiots. And they only believe that art is meant to serve a political purpose, for reaffirmation of their beliefs, when that's not the case whatsoever. Again, Jacob Geller video, always withstanding. Fantastic video talking about the purpose of the subjective meanings behind pieces of art.
Donald Trump was a shitty reality star, so they berate the left for being in tight with celebrities. Y'all motherfuckers elected 2 celebrities, both Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump.
I mean, that's true.
I mean, shit, it's slim pickings too on the right these days in terms of their. I mean, they got like washed-up stars from the fucking mid-90s that they trot out. That they say, please give us something that we can hold on to when it comes to support of us. And like Nick is saying, you got Kid Rock doing his thing.
Oh yeah, I was saying, like every fucking conservative that came out during like a Gamergate, all of them were Hollywood rejects. Steven Crowder, Hollywood reject. Michael Knowles, Hollywood reject. Charlie Kirk, I think, was a Hollywood wannabe. Ben Shapiro, Hollywood writer reject. All of these people are Hollywood fucking rejects, or were a part of radio, like, as well. Like, Matt Walsh was a part of radio. All of these motherfuckers are all just a bunch of cultural rejects, because, again, like, nobody fucking likes the output of conservatives, because, again, conservatives believe that art is supposed to be a reaffirmation of their political beliefs. Again, I'm going to say this, and because this is a comparison that is done all the time. There is a reason why people like the quote-unquote degenerate art gallery that the Nazis put together in comparison to that of the more austere, sort of based cultural, brutalist, sort of neoclassical, not brutalist, but neoclassicism that the Nazis were trying to push forward when they put together their art galleries to show what the cultural output of the regime basically was. And people were like not interested in it and preferred to go to the quote-unquote degenerate art gallery instead, right? Like, that shit was way more popular because it was more interesting. Like, no one cared about like the propaganda pieces that the Nazis were basically just putting out there.
Nobody ever fucking heard of doing their thing. What's the guy's name? I was blanking on his name, but the dad of Angelina Jolie, who's also an actor, and he's just like, he's just cooked. I mean, that dude, straight barbecue chicken brain, bro. I forget dude's name, but he's a well-known actor, and they trot him out all the time, even though he's like 86, he doesn't know where the fuck he is. Clint Eastwood in a monologue with a chair, acting like, oh, we should own those lids, bro. No, it's a stupid, pathetic double standard. But by the way, I'm willing to make the agreement. You want to? Hey.
Oh, really, Clint? I'm not really surprised again that like Clint Eastwood's probably also just going along with all the stupid cultural conservatism nonsense, like. Yeah, dude, we're like totally heckin' cucking the libs and all that shit. Haha, look at us. Honestly, like, I was gonna say it's Gamergate was what cooked these people's brains. That's not accurate. It was COVID is what cooked these fucking people's brains. COVID and its consequences and how it was dealt with has had such a sort of, like, adverse effect on, like, conservatives' brains. You talked to Obama with the empty chair? I don't remember that at all, Alex.
We'll keep the left-wing celebrities, get them out of the way. Right-wing celebrities, get them out of the way. Let's just do straight, serious man, political people, right? I'm willing to do that. But if we're gonna open up the door to political people, then the right can't bitch when the left just has better, more well-known celebrities who like left-wing policies better. Like, you can't get mad.
That's true.
That's the thing. Like, they're salty. We get
Bad Bunny,
Billie
Eilish.
They have nobody to account for that, right? Like, again,
Sabrina Carpenter.
Hercules in 1997. Like, nobody gives a fuck about that guy.
And I'm watching the show. I actually watched it this afternoon, and I'm like, yeah, this is kind of like maybe a section of what we're about that is kind of going away, and maybe there's no bringing it back. I don't know. Is there anything kind of worth hanging on to there? It's kind of a rough thing.
All right, he's not done yet. Now he's gonna start to berate his audience.
Even if you enjoyed it, I was hoping you better articulate my Latin halftime show celebrating culture before Americans winning the Super Bowl.
I thought you were going to tell me something I already thought. I wanted to hear my opinion reinforced. The Super Bowl is in America. Leaving England in America. Good point. Good point. I've heard this opinion 10,000 times this weekend, but I wanted to hear you say it harder. That's why I hate you. That's why I hate you, Pete.
He really hates his own audience. In the same way that the
I'm gonna be quite honest here, but like Nick, that is the purpose of conservative, like, anti-woke culture war videos to reaffirm the positions that these people currently fucking hold. But, okay, a lot of the conservative, like, media grifter types, you know, the people that, like, the critical drinkers, Yellow Flash Guy, there's so many of them, like Heel vs. Babyface, Vera Dark, there's a whole gaggle of them. There's a complete fucking ecosystem. Their purpose is to just reaffirm the beliefs of their audience and just regurgitate a bunch of, like, dumb fuck idiot talking points, right? Like, of course people are going to complain to you about this, Nick, but here's the thing. He hates the fact that he has to do that. Like, he's not interested in just regurgitation of a bunch of bullshit. He's a wannabe fucking cosmopolitan. He's a prissy gay boy who's so far in the closet that you can see fucking Narnia back in there. And he just wants to become a celebrity. He wants to have notoriety and be really famous. But he believes, or pretends to believe, or may not even believe in anything, and says the stuff that he says. And he has spent the latter part of about, like, 6 or 7 years, cultivating the current audience of dipshits that he has right now. And he's just mad about it. It's like, dog, like, if you were so desperate to not have the audience of, like, losers and freaks that you've cultivated, then I shouldn't have been a neo-Nazi. Like, I don't know what to say.
I had podcast ladies talk about how Trump is an old queen, that, like, in his heart of hearts he just wishes he was, like, directing a Broadway show, right?
True.
Nick Fuentes, deep down, it's almost like a sad theater kid, right? Like, he chose this other route, and he's like, oh, I fucking hate all these people I'm in league with now.
I'm glad that Kyle Klinsky is saying the same things that I am saying as well. He's just a wannabe theater kid. He's not a theater kid. He's a wannabe cosmopolitan. He wants to be like, I don't know, like, I was gonna say like a queen. No. I don't agree with that. He wants to be like this austere, like, super big sort of dude and shit like that. That's like really about it.
God damn it. I want to be in fucking West Hollywood in assless chaps in a bar with people who actually think like I do.
Yeah, exactly,
Here,
Alex.
I don't like ugly, stupid freaks. I don't like ugly, stupid freaks. Here's why I don't like you people. Because, you know, so the Super Bowl halftime shows in Spanish. Stop the presses. Call the National Guard.
But I will say, though, Nick, you courted an audience of fucking white nationalists and white supremacists and people who like edgy shit about Hitler and, like, they're super far right. Did you expect them to like the halftime show in Spanish? Like, that's what, like, I honestly, my take on it is, you're one-of-the-mill conservatives are faking their outrage. They don't actually care. You're just like the Daily Wire idiots don't actually care. You're just like, you know, going through the motions of, oh yeah, we're outraged. We're outraged by every fucking halftime show every year. But that's what you're doing. But the actual white nationalists, like the actual racists, of which there are many in Nick Fuentes' audience, the whole fucking audience, right? Did you expect them to like that the whole thing was this bad? Of course they weren't gonna fucking like it, right? But I guess from Nick's perspective, he goes, I'm not just gonna give you the thing you expect me to say. Like, I don't want to just say the thing that you want me to say. I'm not your puppet. I'm not gonna dance for you, right? Like, I guess that's what he's thinking. But like, Nick, of course you're fucking like.
I don't think that's necessarily like, okay, I don't disagree with what Kyle is saying here. That could be the case. I think because, like, since Nick Fuentes doesn't believe in anything, he just wants to, like, farm clips, basically. So he's, like, willing to say anything in order to just farm a clip online. Because, again, cosmopolitan, he just wants to do, like, whatever he can think of in order to, like, gain prominence so he can gain more, like, subscribers, viewers, and more money, right? Like, he just wants to make, like, millions of dollars and then retire and, like, fuck off somewhere, if I were to take a guess, right? Like, he just wants to do basically anything possible in order to just be like, okay, you know, I made all my money, I did all this shit, I don't know, did my little, like, song and dance, little gesture routine to appeal to these, like, sycophantic weirdos that I call my audience, and I'm done. You know what? I've done my shit, I'm gonna move on with my life and not really care about any of this. And that's, I think, like, Nick Fuentes, like, I think perfectly in a nutshell, to be honest.
Audience hates the all Spanish Super Bowl halftime show. They're all racist. That's like the point of your show.
Everybody is saying exactly the same thing. Spanish should be in English. The fuck? The country speaks English. The song should be in English. And okay, so we've all heard that. We all sort of agree. Okay, we all kind of agree. We've all heard that. Everybody tune into the show because they want to hear me say it, though. We all sort of agree. We've all heard that. And you want to tune into the show to hear me say it? The show should be in English. I think the show's in Spanish. That's not English. The show should be in English. And why? Why do you want to? You want to get up on the coffee table? Yeah. The show should be in English. I mean, like, why? I don't know. It's just so low IQ. I've been doing this for long enough in my life.
I mean, it's because they want to feel like they're having some form of cultural prominence. Like, again, like I said before, all these people are just desperate to have, like, some form of relevance, to feel like they are important in a system that is uncaring, right? To feel like they are contributing to something, right? That they have some form of relevance in a world that is trying to move further and further beyond the necessity for consumers or honestly, like, people, for lack of a better term. Like I said before, like Peter Thiel himself that said that if he could, he would replace the about 80% of humanity with a bunch of AI robots to serve his every whim. Like, he has said that he wants to build like an unironic sort of like collection of fiefdoms run by a bunch of different tech oligarch kings who run certain parts of the territory, and have this all just be administered from like whatever like cloud castle up in the sky or bunker underneath the earth, and have everything sort of just be run by a bunch of AI robot servants where he just lives forever on like adrenochrome or some shit, right? Like, because that's what these guys essentially want. They want to just have it such that there is no need for any human to exist, for lack of a better term. Now, it's genuinely abhorrent, and that's what these people want. And everyone's like desperate to have like some kind of a change from all of this like exploitation and abuse, and also the fact that like Jeffrey Epstein is probably like the biggest reasons why these people believe the things that they believe in. Again, the whole right-wing culture war has been something that was, at the very least, heavily, if not completely, cultivated by Jeffrey Epstein through poll, through Brexit, through a bunch of different stuff that these like psychotic weirdos have all just like basically come up with. Like, microtransactions being pushed to kids, unironically, was something that Jeffrey Epstein was talking about with Bobby Kotick, of all people, as well. That avaricious billionaire who apparently, allegedly, and I learned this from a Stephanie Sterling video, saying like apparently he slept with Ghislaine Maxwell. So that's an allegedly. Genuinely gross if that is the case, obviously, but whatever. Here we are. These people are just so desperate to have some return with a V nostalgia thing that they're just never gonna get. Because nobody, like, honestly, it's gone. It's just a thing that's just gone, and they're just upset about the fact that it is something that they just can never get back.
Just sick of, like, I'm just tired of it. I'm sick
He just hates it all so much.
of it. You know? So everybody can get up out of their recliner chair. You can get your fat ass up off the chair. Yeah! Whatever. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about any of it? Brought to you by beer and sports gambling. Here's your boy ball, brought to you by gambling and Miller Lite. Boy ball, Mike, just scored a point. Brought to you by, well, what is the gambling site? Brought to you by Dave Portnoy and DraftKings. It should be in English. It's like, I mean, come on already.
It is I will say, it is sort of like, if you guys tune into me and you're like, do the thing about how you hate billionaires and fascists and warmongers, and if I was like, no, I'm not going to do that because that's what I believe, what I would say. I'm not, it's like, Nick, this is what you signed up for, homie. This is what you signed up for. You know, when you were the edgy young guy saying like, actually Hitler's really cool, he's really fucking cool, okay, he's really cool. This is what you signed up for. You signed up for a life of going, that should be in English, why is it not in English? Like, you need to know
Sure.
that. Of course you know that, you're smart enough to know that. But then finally, and this is probably my favorite one, here we go. This is where he really lays it on thick.
The halftime show was in Spanish, and all the performers were brown people. The message was, this is what America looks like. I'm a black people. Clearly, there's no white people. Weird. Are you a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like, you know, do I want
Oh.
America to be a white country? Yes. I'm pro-white. But the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots. And I don't really, I'm kind of just done.
I mean, I got bad news for you, Dick. First off, that's a little bit of a self-report on yourself. You're just calling yourself a loser and an idiot. You used to be a white nationalist. You still are a white nationalist, but whatever. Like, dude, these people have always been complete fucking losers and idiots, man. Like, why are you surprised by any of this stuff? Like, I don't know, man. It's just... No, like, what can you say? Like, yeah, you guys are a bunch of losers and idiots, and you're just, I don't know, salty about the fact that you're realizing that now or something? I don't know. It's silly.
I fucking hate these people.
By the way, he says, no, I'm not a white nationalist. But do I want the country to be white? Yeah. This is what, so somebody super chatted into Kyle Corn the other day. He was a Nick Fuentes fan. And he basically said, like, stop saying that Nick wants to, like, mass deport all non-white people. That's a lie. You're lying about him. And what I said in response was like, bro, that's me being, like, really kind and steel manning his white nationalist position. Right?
That's true.
Because, shit, he's praised Hitler. I could say he probably wants to gas chamber these motherfuckers or lock them up permanently.
That's
I was
true.
overly kind by saying he at the very least wants to deport all the non-white people. And then here he is. He goes, no, I don't think I'm a white nationalist anymore. But do I want this to be a white country? Yeah. Okay, well, what does that mean? What does it mean to, quote, be a white country? What does that mean? Are black and brown people allowed to stay?
Yeah, that's. I mean, these are all important questions that you should be asking yourself. Are these people, are particular sects of people, allowed to stay in this only white country? Are particular people allowed to sort of exist? Like, the answer that a lot of these people would probably like bring up, if I were to take a guess, is to talk about the Nation of Islam. Getting along with the KKK, for example, which is something that happened historically speaking, right? That's it's definitely something that's happened, right? And you like think about it this way. Like, they would want, I don't know, like, certain parts of the country to be split up in differing ways in order to be able to, I don't know, for certain sects of the population to exist there or something. I think, like, you have to, like, think about it for 3 seconds and just be like, okay, like, how would this get divvied up? How would this exactly work? And, like, to actually implement it would require, like, the displacement of such a ridiculous proportion where it's just like, no, it's like it's just nonsense. Like, if you just, like, put pen to paper and you think about it for 3 seconds, what these people ultimately want is just, it's nonsensical. It's an impossibility. You'll never sort of achieve it. Like, America has always been a tapestry of immigrants and immigration to come together and build, well, the strongest nation on the planet. I was going to say seemingly, but I mean, technically speaking, it still is, right? To try to, like, I don't know, like, do the Stephen Miller thing that he wants to, like, reduce the population of America to about 100 million people right around the time of, I think, like, it was the 1920s, something like that. And to try to deport, basically, like, most of the southwestern parts of the United States. It's just like, dog, that's just not going to work, man. Like, the necessary apparatus and bureaucratic mechanisms in order to try to do something like that would be on a level that has not been foreseen throughout history. It's like, what these people ultimately want is psychotic.
But they have to become official second-class citizens, like they don't get constitutional rights? Is that what it is? Or is it deporting those people? Or is it locking them up permanently just because of the color of their skin? I genuinely don't know. But none of it is good. But this is what his own audience is also confused, right? Like, which is why that person super chatted in and said the most confusing shit in the world. Like, don't say that about Nick, that's not true. Well, then what the fuck is true about Nick? Tell me what his actual fucking position is. Because when I listen to him, he'll give me one on Monday and a second one on Tuesday, and one on Tuesday, right? So maybe it's all just like, it's all a show. It's all a grift. It's all like, he's playing a role, he's playing a character. And every now and then, the mask slips, and he has moments like this because you guys infuriate him so fucking much because you're such predictable dipshits that he has to do this.
When I look at what the movement has become, like the kind of impulses that have captured it, it's just
These
kind
guys
of
are dipshits.
And I've always been forward-thinking, and I've always been heterodox, and I've always been progressive in a way, and increasingly I don't feel like I fit in with that anymore. You know, so no, I don't think I'm like you, because now it's turned into, it used to be the case that if you were against white genocide, if you're pro-white, if you're against immigration, like, that is what it meant to be on our side. Now it's like you have to be a Republican culture warrior. I have to be spun up about the Super Bowl halftime show.
Nick, this is the logical endpoint of that mindset, right?
I mean, buddy, like, also, like, Nick, that's always been the case. Even when you were doing your praise of a certain funny little mustachioed man, like, you were doing, like, that was always happening. Like, the culture war was literally all that the Republicans have ever had, because they can't run on policy because it's incredibly unpopular, and the American people have never wanted any Republican policy. So either they have to do culture war stuff, or they have to make up problems where there were none to begin with. For example, like the Venezuelan migrant crisis. The only reason why it became as bad as it was because of the 2019 Venezuelan coup that Trump orchestrated. It was a miserable failure. Because of how much of a failure it was, Trump slapped harsh sanctions on the country, thus causing, millions of people to leave because the economy went into hyperinflation in Venezuela. Like, duh. Like, actions meet consequences. And the Republicans are never willing to accept any of the consequences for their actions because they would see that as, like, capitulation, as weakness.
Like, if you're against white genocide, which is bullshit and totally made up, but, like, yeah, the logical endpoint of that is you will throw a fit and a tantrum over a halftime show in Spanish. Like, of course. I do not know that.
It's so low IQ. It's so low IQ. It's so...
It is low IQ. That's for shit sure true.
That's true.
It's so repetitive. You're screaming.
It is low
IQ.
IQ.
Spanish. Okay, I mean, am I supposed to do this performative outrage? Why?
That's what they want. That's definitely what they want.
I'm supposed to get up out of my seat. Who gives a fuck? You know? So I just don't.
I mean,
no, I don't think I fit in anymore because
that's conservatives, man. They've always wanted that.
Stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I was into this before it was popular, before it was mainstream, and now it's filled with a bunch of complete fucking idiots. And it's really just turned into signaling that you're part of an in-group.
It's always been filled with a bunch of idiots.
And it's always been about signaling that you're in an in-group, right? Like, for all the conservatives who love to complain about the left building echo chambers constantly, the right builds nothing but echo chambers, right? And if, for example, you are someone who's a part of, like, the anti-woke crowd and you have some problems specifically with some of the stuff that has been said and some issues there, you're going to get shunned out. It's all inherently cult-like because, again, being a part of the right, it's like being a part of a cult. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Like, Twitter is a perfect example of this. Elon bought it because of, I don't know, the stated reasoning was that he wanted to quote-unquote make comedy legal because of, I think it was the Babylon Bee who ended up getting banned for not doing satire because they don't know what satire is. No, sometimes they've done like one or two posts that are actually funny and actually satirical. It's like, okay, that's actually funny. But he bought it because of the Babylon Bee getting banned, rightfully so, for just not doing any satire, and then decided to make it into an echo chamber where the main stuff that gets pushed are either like sex bots or just neo-Nazis, right? Like, those are the main people that get pushed, or like Elon himself, because, I don't know, he wants to feel like he has some form of like relevance in his life because of the fact that everyone started to hate him for all of his like strange right-wing beliefs, and also the fact that all of his wives have been constantly divorcing him and talking about how much of a miserable little weirdo he is.
Nick, come on, bro. You had to know all along. Granted, he got into the shit when he was like 14 or something like that. But you had to know it's not the brightest bulbs on the right. Right, dog? Right? I mean, fucking Donald Trump. He's the fucking standard bearer. The motherfucker never, he lies like he breathes, right? And just the most, just constitutionally dishonest person ever. You had to know this was not, this has always been a low IQ movement. It always has been. He's starting to sound a lot more like Richard Hanania to me. Nick Fuentes is. For those of you who don't know, Richard Hanania was a white nationalist, was a far-right character, and now he's become this, like, he sort of, like, hates the right way more than he's almost like an elitist centrist Democrat now, where it's like he hates the right so.
I don't think he's like Richard Hanania. I think is just like doing another grift. Like, that's another dipshit. Yeah, he did used to be a white nationalist. Like, don't believe anything that comes out of Richard Hania's mouth. Like, I trust that motherfucker about as far as I can throw him. Right? Like, believe absolutely nothing that comes out of his mouth.
So much and thinks they're so low IQ that he just winds up somehow in league with Democrats. You know what I'm saying? And I think Richard Spencer went through a similar thing, where, you know...
Same with Richard
this is a
Spencer,
guy
yeah.
who, like, reads and learns and knows philosophy. And so when he looks at what's become of the right, he's like, I just want nothing to do with any of you, because I think you're all the dumbest people in the country. And so in a weird horseshoe way, they come back around to the Democratic side, even though they probably still disagree with Democrats on, like, 60% of issues, right?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's liberal fascism, right? Like, in reality, these people, like, the Republican Party has essentially become a post-liberal movement, post-liberal moving into fascism, right? Like, because both parties are neoliberal, fundamentally speaking. They agree with neoliberalism, right? Neoconservatism, neoliberalism, it's fundamentally basically the exact same thing, right? In terms of, like, economic proposals and whatnot. And they're essentially trying to move beyond past neoliberalism into a fascist movement, but with the standard bearer being Trump and how they just want to, like, do culture war stuff and just try to aura farm on Twitter and whatnot, it's like inherently collapsing in on itself, because it turns out nobody likes like a bunch of weird aura farmers on like Twitter, because they always turn out to be like weird like Fonk edit Sonnenrad posters or some shit, and it's like those guys are just like general fucking weirdos and grifters, and they don't believe in anything.
You kind of see it happening a little bit with Fuentes, but the difference is Fuentes, you know, I don't know, he seems like his peak is higher than any of those other guys right now, and he's sort of the standard bearer for the Trump-critical Republicans in a way, but the further right Trump-critical Republicans. But stuff like this, like, you have to know your audience is going to, of course, be upset at a halftime show in nothing Spanish. Even though, by the way, Nick's audience is, like, black and Hispanic fascists. Like, I'm not even kidding. There was a poll on it.
That's true.
Polled, like, worst among white people. Hilarious. Let's keep going.
And we're all going to have the same take, and we're all going to have the same opinion, and we're all going to say the same thing, and we're all going to engage in this elaborate performance. I don't know who it's for, why. We're all going to perform outrage. We're all going to perform...
Well, it's because every single right-wing grifter are all just wannabe content creators and podcast like bros. Like, they all want to have a podcast, they all want to just make content, they all just want likes on their social media platforms. Like, that's literally it. That's what these people want.
And do the same jokes, and we're all going to have the same...
To be fair, what he's saying here is it's so spot on about Megyn Kelly, because Megyn Kelly doesn't give a shit about the Bad Bunny thing. She maybe even liked it, but she's just lying and pretending like she's outraged about it.
That shit was so
It comes
performative.
across as immensely insincere.
Talking points. And I don't know, it's no longer interesting to me. It's no longer interesting, it's not funny anymore, it's not edgy. It's really just become a drag. At one point, we were the trolls, and now we're the butthurt ones.
True.
At one point in time when we were having fun, and we were laughing, and we were trolling, and we were making jokes, and now our side are the biggest butthurt of all time. You know, the far right has become the biggest butthurt ever. Everybody's mad all the time, you can't make jokes, everyone's moral about everything, purity spiraling, and people aren't, at the end of the day, people don't even really have a vision for what the country should be. I mean, half the people complaining about the halftime show aren't even white nationalists.
I mean, like, let's be honest here, the right never really had some kind of a vision for the future. They don't care about the future whatsoever. This has always been the case, even during 2016. But Donald Trump made it look like there was something there and something that was tangible. Obviously, the Democrats don't have a vision for the future, which is why they couldn't effectively combat it. But That's literally all it is. Literally all it is. It's just sad, man. Like, that this is the current state of affairs where everything is just, like, degenerated to this point. It's all just, like, oligarchic capture.
They don't even know what the fuck they are. They just have these grievances. They don't care if America. Do you think Megyn Kelly gives a shit if America's white or not? Megyn Kelly is bitching about it. Like, you think Megyn Kelly is based? Megyn Kelly's screaming, the Super Bowl should be unifying, it should be in English. You think Megyn Kelly's a white nationalist? She isn't. She's just pandering to, like, I don't know, this, like, really bitter, like, white resentment politics. And, I've always said this. I want to imagine a better future. I'm actually a progressive. And this kind of, like, Oliver Anthony, Matt Walsh, like, knuckle-dragging, like, bitter ass face thing, we're all gonna be grumpy and mad. I've never been on board with that. I've always seen it as defeatist and fucking pathetic, and basically just this big loser mentality. So, yeah, you know, the halftime show was in Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. It's like, okay. The message was, America is full of Latin people. Well, you know, it is. So, I mean, are we living in reality?
Oh, the other white nationalists are gonna have a field day.
Yeah, by the way, all the white nationalists, yeah, they're not gonna like that specifically. They're gonna get mad about it, which colonialism says hello. Yeah, basically, half of North America was conquered by the Spanish Empire, to be specific. Right, most of the Caribbean, most of South America. Obviously, Brazil was Portuguese, but yeah, like it's crazy. Yeah, Bad Bunny did bring the Latin out, Nick. That's true, Alex. It's one of those things where it's just like, dog, like, to be a right-wing grifter, one has to not be able to acknowledge reality. We all know this, right? But Nick Fuentes doesn't want to be the type of, like, right-winger who does not acknowledge... Because he's a fucking cosmopolitan, right? He's a wannabe cosmopolitan. He wants to be super rich, well-known, and fucking famous, right? He wants to be, like, a very, like, austere sort of a philosophical mind from the right and have, like, cultural prominence as a result of that. But it's just like, dog, you're a part of the wrong movement for that, specifically. Because they've never valued sort of, like, a cosmopolitan sort of, like, austere, like, culturally relevant people. Yeah, I mean, it's a little different. They only like it if they reaffirm all their beliefs and positions. It's a little complicated and contradictory. But then again, what these people believe is fundamentally extremely contradictory and ridiculous, right? It's one of those situations where it's just like, it's always going to be like opposite day with a lot of these people, because in reality, the right has always been a movement that just fundamentally believes in nothing.
With this, because homie's last name's Fuentes. Isn't he like a quarter Mexican? So now, I guess you switch sides. This is what the other white nationalists are gonna say.
The message is America's full of Mexicans. Okay, America is like a quarter Hispanic. So, like, I don't know, like, get real. It was clearly a middle finger to white people. You know, I didn't really feel like that at all. That message wasn't really there. But you see what you want to see, and you can go on fucking Oliver Anthony Island and be,
Listen, I do have to say, Bad Bunny did mention Canada. Canada mentioned, let's go! Canada mentioned, we love Canada!
I don't know. Seething about it. But yeah, this whole halftime show, all these various events over the past 6 months, it's just like, get me out of here. I'm a celebrity, get me out of here.
Bro's having a midlife crisis at, what, like 28, 29, however old he is. He's like, fuck, I picked the wrong side. Why did I snuggle up to the right? These motherfuckers are insufferable. It's exactly right. That's exactly right, Nick. It's exactly right.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
I know, like, listen, it's one of those situations where it's just like, dog, let's be quite honest here. It's just nonsensical. Yes, Bad Bunny mentioned Canada. I have seen the memes, Alex. Yes, they are funny. Listen, one up to Canada. We love Canada, okay? Canada posting, yeah, woo. Anywho, but yeah, like, why are you surprised at all by this, Nick? Like, duh? Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, duh, dude. Like, you wanted to be a cosmopolitan and you decided to try to do that through the right, which is like a huge fucking mistake. Like, he wanted to be like this austere, sort of like super based, culturally relevant dude, but he's doing it in like the reactionary movement that only cares about like maintenance of hierarchy and control. And he's like, I guess he's like grown up and matured at this point and has realized, oh, I definitely made a mistake when I did all of this. Like, this was very, very stupid of me. And, you know, he did like the stupid, edgy 4chan stuff to try to get like some kind of like relevance into all of this. But it's like, it's obvious, man. Like, this was inevitably going to fall apart. And now we are at the point where it is all falling apart. I mean, consistently with the left. Like, they always like have the correct prescriptions, but it always is too early. I digress. Like, Listen. I've said the meme before, but it's unfortunate that we're always correct, but way too fucking early about it, right? Like, you know how it is, right? This is an inevitability. This is going to happen. That Nick Fuentes was going to fall out with like all these like loser weirdos because he just wanted to be cosmopolitan and he may want to try to reintegrate in some way with society. And I don't know, probably just like disappear off of the internet once he's gone. A couple million bucks from all these like sore weirdo losers after pushing all of the like nonsense culture war like right wing talking points that he always pushed, right? And he doesn't seem to be at all interested in like building some form of a political force or a movement, because it was all a lie to begin with. It was all a grift to try to aura farm and get clips and just make a bunch of money, right? He is just a grifter through and through. There really is no other ways to just put this besides he's just a grifter, and that he fundamentally just believes in absolutely nothing. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Excuse me. Jesus. Oh, I don't know if you heard about this, Alex, but apparently in Argentina, not apparently, but in Argentina, they basically said that you can now get paid in housing and food. It's 12-hour workdays, and basically all of the social safety nets and everything, it's been completely fucking cut and gutted, which is so funny to me because after getting a bailout of about $40 billion, oh, you're telling me that the ridiculousness is just... Yeah, libertarian utopia, yeah. It turns out the Ancapistan didn't work out. Let me, just grab something about that real quick. Because it is genuinely insane. It's, all, collapsing apart, and there's huge, protests out in the streets of Argentina. No, I don't want... Fuck off. Where is it? Oh, so I thought Bad Empanada lives in Argentina. What happened to his, revolution? What happened to that? Yeah, there's millions of people protesting. Mm-hmm. Uh, 12-hour work day. Here. Maga and Musk hero Javier Milei just gutted Argentina's labor laws. 12-hour workdays, no more 30-day vacation, no more overtime pay, cuts sick leave in half, and employees can be paid in food and lodging. Oops. And people fucking hate that shit. It turns out anarcho-capitalism doesn't work, guys. Very, very funny. Slaves got free housing. It's a good life. I mean, that is technically true. They did technically get free housing. Also, liberals, the Liberal Party in terms of approval rating is surging. I believe same with the NDP in Canada, and the Conservatives are plummeting. It turns out, like, still trying to simp for Donald Trump is not working out very well for Pierre Poilievre, and it's been a complete fucking disaster for them. PB is definitely getting much, much smaller. Oh, excuse me. Anyway. Why don't we start with this? On the latest episode of Epstein File Watch, after about half of the files have been released, the DOJ is announcing that it has concluded its disclosure and won't release any more files. Pam, I have really, really bad news for you. You can't be doing that. It's not how that works. You only released half, and you're not going to release more. Not how that works. Let's be honest here. The reason why they're doing this specifically is because of that absolutely embarrassing, and I mean absolutely embarrassing, 5-hour testimony that, not testimony, House hearing by the House Oversight Committee that Pam Bondi had, where she honestly took her sort of position as the fall gal for how bungled the Epstein file release has been, where she tried to do like a bunch of Oppo research or farming, and tried to do everything possible to just make herself look, for lack of a better term, I think just as ridiculous as possible. And it was bad, man. Like, it was really, really pathetic what Pam Bondi was basically trying to do there. Where it's just like, guys, I'm like totally heckin' based and super epic. Look at me try to dunk on the Democrats. And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, everyone in the country, including Republicans, are pissed about the fact that this, like, Epstein file release is, like, been completely bungled. And you're gonna try to ore farm off of that? Like, what are you doing, man? Like, this is ridiculous. And now I guess Donald Trump himself is giving orders saying like, okay, don't release anymore. We don't need anything. Like, I'm totally fine. We can just like move on. Because they're trying to like sweep this all under the rug, because I think just from these 3.5 million files, about half of what was released, like Donald Trump is mentioned in them over 1 million times. That's not great. And like, for whatever reason, Pam Bondi just decided to release the list of every single person that was mentioned within the Epstein files. It doesn't make any sense why they would do this. Like, yeah, there were all of these differing people in the Epstein files. Does that mean they went to any of the islands or anything like that and had any sussy actions with Jeffrey Epstein? No, because it's a bunch of it is like emails where they just talk about a particular dude at a particular point in time. Like, AOC is mentioned in there, like Alex Jones, Pelosi, a bunch of like differing operatives and sort of political pundits. There's tons of people were mentioned there. The dead people were also mentioned there. Historical figures are mentioned in there, because it's just like a collection of a ton of like conversations and emails that Jeffrey Epstein had. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you went to like any of the islands. Like Lewis Hamilton is mentioned there. Battlefield 4 is mentioned in the Epstein files. A bunch of shit is just randomly mentioned in there. Like, releasing this is just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like, why would you release this giant ass list of names? Because in reality, what the DOJ is trying to do is they got their keys and they're trying to jingle them. Like, oh, look at all these people that are in the Epstein files. Ooh, look at it. Look. Ooh, jingle the keys, jingle the keys, jingle, jingle, jingle. Pay attention to this. Because in reality, they know that they are probably cooked when it comes to this. This release of the files has been so ridiculous. It's been bungled. It's nonsense. Like, fucking, I just saw Barbara Streisand is mentioned in there. Probably talking about the Streisand effect or something. Like, who the fuck knows? Like, it's one of those things where it's just like, dude, like, just because your name is in there, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. But depending on how frequently your name is mentioned there and the allegations that are associated with it, it's just like, well, that's a little interesting. Because here's the thing, like any other billionaire and all these other billionaires, Jeffrey Epstein, since the only thing he fundamentally cares about is just power, more than likely co-opted a bunch of different stuff in order to, well, have power over people. Like, these people are all just psychopaths. Like, they're crazy. And the only thing that a billionaire has ever cared about is expressing power over people. That's why you become a billionaire to begin with. The amount of people you have to trample on and ruin the lives of in order to amass that much wealth and power is insane. It's a ridiculous amount of people. So it's just like, I don't know, like, yeah, Alex Jones isn't there, of course. A ton of people are in there, right? And it's one of those things where it's just like, the only purpose of Pam Bondi releasing this in particular is it's just a distraction, right? And by the way, like, all the conservative pundits, they've gone in their fucking orders, right? They're saying like, oh, look at AG Pam Bondi unleashing all the Epstein files under the Transparency Act. All 3.5 million pages dropped. It's just like, no, dude, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, who the fuck cares? Okay, if this guy thinks that this fired big time for the left, with Bill Clinton being in there like about 1,200 times, and this is a vindication for Trump, this is genuinely fucking insane. But then again, like, Gunther Eagleman is just a sycophant for Trump. He's a grifter. He will just suck his cock no matter what. Like, Trump is mentioned there over 1 million times. This is nothing. And also, nobody in the Democratic Party really likes Bill Clinton all that much. They're just like, okay, you want to go after Bill Clinton? Sure, fuck it. So long as you go after Trump as well, who's mentioned in there way more times. And even, like, again, we all know this isn't the full list of the Epstein files. There's 6 million documents, is about half. And the fact that also the community note is saying, like, no, like, the DOJ just released a statement with a bunch of names associated with Epstein in the files, when in reality they're probably not even actually associated with Epstein in the files. They're just a bunch of names that are listed in there. And also, like, Alex Jones is getting in on the fun as well. Like, unironically, this is a copy and pasted message, because again, these people, they have, like, basically nothing. They're cooked when it comes to all of this. Like, what are they going to say? They're all grifters, and they have to, like, they're completely hitch their ride to Trump, and they're all just ride or die. And, like, what else are they going to do? Like, what else are they going to do? What else are they going to say? If they go against Trump, they're fucked. Their whole audience just fucking leaves them. Especially for someone like Alex Jones, who, because of the Sandy Hook conspiracisms that he was constantly pushing, he has to pay, like, $1 billion back or some shit. Like, and he's got to make all that money that he can. Like, because he's completely cooked, so they have to do and say literally everything possible to appease all of the people within their audience, so then they can just, I don't know, try to keep the gravy train going. Because again, that's what it's always been with a lot of these people. They just hitch their sort of like a name to Trump, and they basically just said like, if we hitch our names here to Trump, we're gonna make so much goddamn money, and that's what it's all about, folks. We just want to make a ton of goddamn money in order to be able to pay off all my legal debts, and that's literally it. What do we have here?
It is Saturday night, February 14th. 2026, and I got a Valentine's present for all American World Wants Truth. We're down to Global Stuff called Tonight. Pam Bondi releasing another 3 million total Epstein files. Still some of them redacted, but Congress should go in and look at all of themselves. This is
That's a lie, by the way. Like, and also, by the way, there's been also a bunch of reactions that have also been in violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, of very powerful people having their names redacted that have had no reasons as to why they have been redacted. So again, like, just a lie.
Gigantic victory. You thought the first half was devastating. My sources in Congress and the White House say it is even far worse, exponentially, what you're about to see. Total Satanism, devil worship, genetic engineering, branding children of their stem cells, all these top Hollywood actors, all these top Democrats, senators, House members, billionaires. You saw Bondi on Thursday say, listen, we're down the stock market, we bring this up. I'm not offending for saying that. I said a year ago, the sources said Trump was told, if you release this, it will literally bring down everything. But now they try to attach the end, he's doing the right thing, order everything released. Massive pressure from the president. I put a lot of pressure on the White House, and a lot of you have as well.
I don't think this doesn't really exonerate him whatsoever. Like, he's mentioned in there a million fucking times, and there's a bunch of crazy ass allegations in there. He's not really fucking vindicated, right? Like, I don't know. Like, this, it's just like, I don't know what else is there to really say? And it's one of those things where it's like, ultimately, like, this is the Ouroboros of the sort of like constituencies, like, eating itself, right? Like, the right has always been inherently like ridiculous and conspiratorial. It used to be like back during the Bush years, like conspiracism used to be like more left leaning, but then it got co-opted by the right. A lot of it because of Alex Jones, and it's one of those situations where it's just like, dog, like it was inevitable that this was going to backfire on all of you guys, because I don't know, like Trump run on trying to release a bunch of the differing files and mentioned in that one CBS interview that he was like, I don't know about the Epstein files, right? Like, and ultimately he tried to like appease the mob of people, but it's one of those things where it's just a monster that has been built up for the latter part of about 40 years that has basically just been unleashed and is now completely and utterly uncontrollable and insatiable. So, I don't know, talking about, like, first off, only half of the files have been released. It's not going to be satisfactory for these people. Like, let's be honest here. They're going to want the release of all of those files. And it's one of those things where it's just like, dog, like, this is not going to work. Period, end of story. This is not going to work out as well as these dumbasses think it will, because it's just one of those things where it's just like, nah. You know what? Nah. Like, we want everything released. This is not going to be satisfactory for us. And this is the monster that the right has fucking created, and now they just have to deal with it. Like, it is what it is. And Epstein files is the main thing that ended up breaking the camel's back, because let's be honest here, with like all these like crazy QAnon conspiracy types, this has been the one thing that they've wanted for the latter part of about 10 years, and they're saying like Trump is completely and utterly vindicated, even though he's like mentioned in there, and there's a bunch of sussy allegations in there of him like going on the Lolita Express. We know that he met Melania on there and stuff, and it's just like, dog, like, this is not going to be, this is not good, this is not going to be sufficient enough for all these conspiratorial types. Like, the Republican coalition was already fraught and fraying. All the special elections, like, in basically all around the country, have been complete utter losses and devastating for the Republican Party. Like, it's only going to get worse, especially with all this stuff. But here, the big man himself saying he has nothing, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, and frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do. He really wants to sweep this under the rug and have people move on to other stuff. Dog, there's still another half of the files that need to be released.
And no, he made a statement about me and Jeffrey Epstein. I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, if you look at the...
We all know that's just a complete lie. They've been friends for a very, very long time. We've seen all of this stuff. I mean, it is highly sort of speculated and alleged that Virginia Giuffre was more than likely trafficked through Mar-a-Lago to Jeffrey Epstein. That's where Jeffrey Epstein poached her.
The DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing. And frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do, because that whole thing is...
I mean, you signed the Epstein Transparency Act because you had to. It was a veto-proof majority, a unanimous, like, consent, unironically, 100-0 in the Senate, and then, like, one dipshit in the House voting against it. I don't know. I guess he's like a pedo protector or some shit. I have no idea. Like, dog, this was inevitable. This was always going to fucking happen. This is, again, the Ouroboros of the conspiratorial right, like, eating itself.
Turned out, I mean, other than Bill Clinton and, Bill Gates and lots of people that have, there are a lot of questions about it, but nothing on me. But it was
You're mentioned a million times, buddy. People have questions about you.
even sort of better than that, because they found that Jeffrey Epstein and this sleazebag writer named Michael Wolff were conspiring against Donald Trump to lose the election. So Epstein was conspiring with a writer for me to lose the election. So right there, you know that.
Well, I mean, let's not mention all the stuff with Gawker and whatnot. Like, let's not talk about that either. But whatever.
I had nothing to do with this guy. But yeah, it's a terrible thing. The amount of time that's being wasted. You know, when Epstein was alive, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it. But they're only doing it. But now it's really hitting back.
No, it's not that nobody cared about him. I think everyone always had their fucking suspicions, but no one knew what the extent of it was. Like, the only reason why it gained more and more problems... Like, this has been a thing that's been being investigated for the latter part of about 2 decades at this point. And every single administration has been, like, covering it up in certain ways because... Well, mostly because they want to protect Israel. That's why. Like, because Israel has a huge part to play in all of this as well. Like, that's the reason why. And guess what? Not only are you saying what you're saying and doing what you're doing, not only to protect the interests of the United States military-industrial complex and Israel as well, but guess what? You're also potentially implicated in this as well. So for you, it's a double whammy.
Back on them because Bill Clinton is such a big part of it. The Democrats are pushing it, and the
I mean, again, only like 1,200 mentions, and you're at 1 million plus.
problem is that it's turning out to be the Democrats that were with and conspired with Epstein. So I think you're probably going to see a little pullback from them. But think of it, they were working together to try and help me lose the election. But this is the Oval Office, so I guess that didn't work out too.
Again, like, just a copium huff from the president. He knows he's basically fucking cooked. Like what else are you really supposed to do here? It's over. It's really, really, really over. Like, let's be honest here. The political coalition is fraught and fraying. The Epstein files is what ended up killing the Maga movement. And all of the conspiratorial right-wing culture war bullshit was probably heavily sort of like pushed by Epstein as a way to distract people in order to be able to just, well, jingle a bunch of keys to all the conspiratorial right-wingers so then they don't pay attention to the fact that there's a bunch of weirdo pedophilic abusers who are just exploiting a bunch of people for their money. That's literally it. So then they can also just abuse a bunch of children. That's literally what there is to it. Trump was in on it. Tons of other powerful billionaires were in on it. And it's the perverted form of solidarity that is amongst these thieves. And it shouldn't be really surprising that it's now collapsing all in on itself in probably the silliest way possible when they, tried to aura farm off of the release of the Epstein files and tried to make it into like a whole spectacle. It backfired inevitably, and well, we're currently here right now, where they're saying like, okay, we're all done now. We've only released about half the files, and we're going to be done with that. And when like Rokan himself said like, no, you guys are not done with the release of the Epstein files. Same with Thomas Massey. It's like, no, you guys still have a bunch of files you need to release. We would like to keep you to have the DOJ continue to release all 6 million files, and so then we can take a look at it. And from what I understand, from what I've heard, like even FBI people looking through that stuff got traumatized. I don't really that's not really surprising whatsoever. Like I can only assume some of the crazy shit that's in there, right? But I digress. It's just not really surprising that this was the thing that was inevitably the thing that brought down the Trump administration and the sort of general right-wing movement, where it's all just the culture war nonsense, the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, to the degree where now it is causing the collapse of the MAGA movement. That's, I don't know. I don't think there's really much else to say besides no one should be really surprised about the fact that all of the conspiratorial nonsense that the right-wingers believed inevitably collapsed in on itself and has made it such that their political movement is now just completely and utterly irrelevant. Nick Shirley is exposed that a dog was registered to vote in California. Person registered their dog to vote. Ballot was rejected. Person charged. Oh, registered Republican. Oops. That's a fucking classic. Good job, Nick. So a person commits crime and doesn't get away with it. Yep. Great job, Nick Shirley. You're a very, very good journalist. But yeah, the more and more stuff that I'm seeing on this recent shooting, Alex, it was a transgroiper. Transgroiper SS tattoo and thought that Nick Fuentes was attractive. Very funny. Something mental illness or something, whatever. That's what you get when anime degenerates fetishize femboys. Well, the thing is that the dude was not very feminine whatsoever. I guess in like the femboy sense, rather, right? Because trans woman, of course. Yeah, this is the ice punch, right? Shut up, Drandy. Stop fucking projecting your femboyness, okay? You're Dutch, okay? Which means you're really tall. There's no such thing as a tall femboy. No, your boyfriend is one. Oh, okay, well. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's just really funny. It's all like a projection from these people. It's a complete disaster. For all these, like, weirdo dipshits. But yeah, it'd be like that. It's a bit of a shit show, folks, let me tell you. Anyhow, ice punch time. It's like a Pokemon move. Get it? Ice punch. Its base 75 power has a 10% chance to freeze the physical ice move. It's good coverage for a lot of fighting types. Ha 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 ha. Well, I wouldn't mind dating a trans woman either, but... Okay. I don't know if this is like... I've had this discussion before, but it was mostly with like a really annoying woke scoldy Marxist-Leninist, so they didn't really give me a good answer to the question. But if they have a penis, then I don't want anything to do with like a trans woman. That doesn't mean I don't think they're like a woman or whatever. They're still obviously a woman. It's like, I just don't like dicks. That's it. People had like a really big, like mostly like the really annoying woke scoldy types had a problem saying like, why do you have like a general? And why do you have a genital preference? Like, I just don't like dicks, man. Your loss? Listen, I just, dicks? Nah. I feel nothing. Well, yeah, your boyfriend's a femboy. Yeah, I understand that you like dicks. For me, dicks? Nah. Listen, I am like I've said this before. I've done this meme before, but I am a minority. Okay, among in these spaces. Okay, I am as cis heteronormative can get, and I'm on the fucking goddamn left. Okay, I recognize that I am a persecuted minority. Okay, and you guys are complete assholes, and I will not be succumbing to your dick love as you guys have, okay? I will not waver. I will not falter. My will is made of iron. How dare you? I like vaginas. It's true, folks. I don't like dick. Would I date Samantha Lux? Yes. Why, has she gotten bottom surgery? Then yeah, absolutely. It's not even a question. Yeah, lol? Yeah, absolutely. Not even a question. I would. She's very attractive. Anyway, Ice Punch guy. Let's do this. So I suppose we're getting some more byproducts and consequences of woke to electric boogaloo, right? Yeah, Falcon Punch. Thank you, Alex, of course. But it turns out the kids don't like ice. I wonder why the kids don't really like ice. I can think of several reasons for as to why the kids don't like ice. ICE will consistently go to people's schools illegally in order to try to detain and deport a bunch of people, right? I think there's a lot of very, 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 very good reasons that we're going to go over for as to why the kids are not particularly big fans of ICE. And I believe currently this is a high school kid who's like, I don't know, going around filming and saying that he supports ICE. Don't know why the fuck you would do that. The vast majority of Americans do not support ICE. Now, you know, I'll be a little dishonest. Who wants to make a bet that this guy is an Asmongold fan? I'm willing to bet that shit, okay? I think that's the easiest call of my fucking life in saying that this dude is more than likely a Asmongold fan.
I support ICE. I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. Like, yeah, it is pretty crazy to support ICE. Like, 65% of Americans, including 27% of Republicans, don't support the actions of ICE. They think that ICE has gone too far.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
Whoa.
Not gonna lie, kind of fucking Giga Chad. Like, bro's just like, you're gonna get in trouble. And it's just like, okay, punch. And didn't go for the face. It just went for like a gut punch, you know, just like nothing too crazy. A quick gut punch. That guy, by the way, is just going to be remembered fondly. Like, you know, like the Pepe meme where he's like winding up the punch. That's like that's what it's given off. Let's be honest here. Yeah, the frame of him charging it is legendary. That is true. Like, it unironically is. I'm gonna get the meme real quick. The Pepe punching meme. Okay, it's literally this meme. It's literally this shit right here, dude. Very, very funny. Well, okay, that's like a version of it. This shit. This shit right here. It's literally this. It's the Pepe punch meme. unironically, it's so fucking good. Like, down to like the frame and everything with this dude. And by the way, people are going to remember that guy fondly in history, like 1000%. You know, like all the memes of like all the kids like growing up and saying like, yeah, that was me. I did that. People, the same thing is going to happen to this fucking dude, because it turns out people really fucking hate the actions of ICE. And, you know, there have been protests, student-led protests going on across the United States, everywhere. Like, even 11 hours ago, more and more protests are happening in a bunch of different county high schools. This was in Palm Beach. This is, again, more and more high schoolers going around and just protesting ICE. Obviously, this is pissing off all of these, like, a dumbass conservatives saying, like, I can't believe that these schools are teaching our kids to be, like, fucking activists and shit. How dare they have a bunch of, I don't know, kids going around and protesting ICE. First off, ICE, I think throughout the latter part of about the year, have been kidnapping a bunch of school kids, right? Like, Liam Ramos is the most recent example. They've kidnapped a bunch of people that, not a bunch of people, but, like, they've been kidnapping, basically, children with, like, cancer. They've done that, right? That was, like, one of the earliest instances of who's been kidnapped. They've kidnapped a teenage kid in New York as well, trying to legally detain and deport him. They've been kidnapping basically a bunch of, like, school kids going back home on their walk from school. There have been tons of instances of students not attending school because they are too afraid that they're going to get caught out by La Migra. And I guess, a bunch of students are just like, dog, these are like people who are part of our community. They're our friends, they're our classmates, they're our fucking colleagues. Fuck that shit. Like, we don't tolerate this. And yep, not at this point, it's 8 American citizens now, and not to mention all the fucking concentration camps as well. Like, that's the main problem. And I know that conservatives are always going to do the fucking deflection, saying like, well, Obama used ICE to kill 56 sort of people. It's like, first off, were there concentration camps that were being built under Obama with like conditions that we know are inherently deplorable, with like all these people that are being illegally fucking detained? And also, by the way, ICE under Obama and like Biden as well, at the very least, would get warrants and go through the legal avenues of going after people. So not as bad in that particular respect. So again, I like this like stupid whataboutisms from these conservatives. It's nonsensical, of course. But at the very least, there was not like all these like overly pronounced like concentration camps that were being built all over the United States of America, with the illegal actions that are being done by these Gestapo pillager wannabe freaks, where they are just going after people for the fact that their skin's just a little too fucking brown. Like, that's all that it is. And that's why people in particular are really pissed about this. So as far as I'm concerned, all the conservatives can like cope, seethe, mauled about the fact that everybody, and I mean everybody, despises the actions of these Gestapo freaks who are just going around and just kidnapping a bunch of people for what exactly? I don't know. Just because they feel like that they can. And a lot of people are pissed about this. And again, here are some instances, again, of specifically high schoolers getting into fights with students. Like, there was this 45-year-old man who was an ICE agent, was basically shouting at a teenage girl, shoved her, and then the dude just got absolutely fucking jumped by a bunch of other students. Serves him right. I wonder why people might be particularly pissed about this. But yeah, that's the ICE agent in the middle. Dude was trying to go after the teenage girl, and guess what? He got absolutely fucking jumped by all the... Like, listen, this is what fucking solidarity looks like, okay? Bro got fucking mad. I don't know, the teenage girl probably, like, yelled at him or some shit. called him a fucking loser. First Amendment right, you can just call people fucking losers if you want. And the dude got mad about it, jumped out of his car and tried to, I don't know, like, go after the fucking teenage girl. Who, by the way, who even knows that this guy's a fucking ICE agent? These people, by the way, who are masked up fucking losers, who do not have any other, like, identification, like, identifying them, broadly speaking, have been kidnapping people. And it's so bad that the FBI has even said, like, we need to stop wearing masks and try to gain the trust of people back. Like, because otherwise, like, how are we going to be able to do our work if nobody can fucking trust us and will not want to talk to us whatsoever? It's just like, yeah, I wonder why that might be the case there, Kosh Patel. And, like, and it's the FBI under Kosh Patel that's saying that shit, man. Like, that's how you know it's really, really fucking bad. Because, like, it's obvious. That's just, like, a bunch of people are just going around and just kidnapping a bunch of people, and people are not particularly happy about the fact that all these Gestapo wannabe freaks are just running around and just kidnapping people. A shocker, I know. It's a ridiculous thing that is happening. It turns out people don't like it when people are getting randomly kidnapped. Who would have thought? Like, no shit. Like, who knows what this guy was going to do to that fucking teenage girl? Who knows if that guy's a fucking rapist? I mean, most of these ICE Gestapo freaks are probably wannabe fucking rapists. So guess what? You can't fucking trust these people, so you have to protect your fucking own. If the government's not going to necessarily do anything about this, well, guess what? That's where the people are going to have to step in and protect each other. Because that's what it takes sometimes. Like, you can cope and seethe about it, conservatives. And here, Texas students. Just saying what the rest of the American people are feeling, right? They kill people, get no punishment at all. ICE is a terrible thing. We need to defund ICE. Couldn't have said it any better myself.
Protesting ICE today, they kill people and get no punishment at all. ICE killed 2 people in Minneapolis on top of 10s and 20s of others. ICE is a terrible thing.
We need to defund ICE. It is not okay for people to be torn out of this country for what? Their skin color?
Sorry, unfortunately, you have colored hair, so therefore you are an SJW liberal cuck. And I am a conservative. I do not have to listen to anything that you're saying, and everything inherently that ICE is doing is good. Because here's the thing with conservatives specifically: the reason why they don't like the fact that students and American citizens are standing up for their right to speak and talk about how ICE is specifically an abhorrent institution and needs to be defunded or abolished, what have you. It doesn't really matter. It needs to be gotten rid of overall as a fucking institution, is because conservatives do not see children as human beings. They see them as things, homunculi, simulacra, to have thoughts and beliefs imprinted upon. They see their children as miniaturized versions of themselves, when that is not how that works whatsoever. People, even children, have their own thoughts, beliefs, dreams, and things that they want to achieve. It may not be a perfect representation. In the paths that they may choose are not going to be particularly good, but guess what? They are capable as living, conscious, sentient beings to be able to make those choices for themselves if they ultimately desire to. But conservatives do not believe in the ability for people to be able to choose paths for themselves. They are inherently against the free will of humanity, unironically, because all they ultimately care about is subjugation to a power that they think is higher than themselves. They are all inherently submissive fucking cucks.
School is 60% Hispanic, okay? And we got at least 150 people here, okay? This is turning up into a messed up world. It's going really bad. It's not really good for us.
And it's unfortunate. These are high schoolers that have to think, like, they're saying this stuff, right? High schoolers, they're about to potentially head into the job market, which is terrible, collapsing in on itself because of Trump's terrible fucking tariff policies and economic policies. They're going into university where they may have to accrue themselves tons of fucking debt to not be even able to get a job. And this is the sort of system and the country that conservatives have built for themselves over the past 50 fucking years. A system that is now collapsing in on itself.
We deserve to have a country where we can feel safe in.
This country was built on immigrants.
It's true. And listen, solidarity with all the people shitting on, listen, ICE. We got our Ice Punch kid. Listen, he's using Ice Punch. It was super effective. And it turns out the kids are probably going to be all right. They hate ICE. The cultural conservative movement that they had, the cultural moment that they have is completely fucking gone. All because of Stephen Miller's inherent desire to want to use ICE as his private little army to deport a bunch of people who have a little too brown of skin for his sensibilities, because he's still salty about the fact that he was emasculated by the fact that he had to move from a pristine, perfect white neighborhood in his mind to one that is still pristine, perfect, and just had too many Latinas with big booties for his sensibilities. Like, Shadow the Hedgehog would never say that. And he's also mad about the fact that a Latina also won valedictorian in his high school. Because Stephen Miller is a miserable little wretch who deserves nothing more than to be deported out of the country because he just hates what America is and what made America beautiful, because he's just a fucking little freak who basically got hopped up on a bunch of conservative propaganda ever since he was young, and he got fucking groomed into being a fucking freakish little weirdo Nazi. Period. End of story. And now guess what? It turns out even the Trump administration's not allowing him to have as much say and sway in terms of basically the actions of the president. He is no longer the shadow president because it turns out he was, let's just say he bit off way more than he could chew with Minneapolis, and it was a complete disaster, and it's basically made it such that the entirety of the country hates him and the current president that he serves. Deservedly so. You should hate people like Stephen Miller. And guess what? If you support ICE, there should be consequences. Period. End of story. Like, you should not like these freaks who are going around just randomly kidnapping people illegally. It is intolerable. Not conducive with being able to build a society. But then again, these people all revel in this sort of like freakish fucking behavior. And this kid is going to be remembered fondly because he's standing on the fucking right side of history. And that is of hatred of this institution. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck ICE, fuck you Stephen Miller, you're a Nazi little freak. Alright, Randy was saying stuff. Your partner is currently questioning their gender identity, whether they're trans, a femboy, or just non-binary. Neat. Oh, so you support ICE. That's good. Yeah, he actually used Drain Punch. Mock Punch. A lot of different punching moves. He used Focus Punch, okay? He charged that one up a good amount, okay? We'll say it was Focus Punch. Oh, so you like Ice Punch? It's like, goddamn. Dude, it was Focus Punch, I'm telling you. Who the fuck are we raiding into today, gamers? Do I raid into Doodleburb? What the? Doodleburb is streaming this late? What the heck? Yes. Alright, idiots. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid buff if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid, but I wish your appreciation to those raiding too. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow and we'll be continuing with our misadventures and whatnot and yapping about more topics, of course. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.